good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Hawkeye Two Feathers, or also known as David Null. I am your humble host, and I thank you for being here. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe, from the universe. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I hope that you all are doing as well as possible under today's circumstances, whatever they may be, as crazy as they may be. Hey, brother Barry, how you doing? So, last night, early this morning, actually, it's yesterday morning now, I did a video about um, um, you are psychic, not psychic energy, but yeah, we are psychic energy, but cosmic energy, quantum energy. Hey, Miss Chloe, how you doing? And so, in mulling around again today and chewing the fat on some of this stuff, it's like one of the things that sparked that conversation yesterday um, was the fact that I listened to a CIA agent person a podcast a couple of days ago who was describing how to do remote viewing, and that what's going on, not just with the armed forces and the army or Air Force or whoever or the FBI or the CIA. It's that there are a lot of folks doing remote viewing, and I was astounded by that fact. Okay, and so with remote viewing, you're there was a person a manager, and this manager sets up what's going on. So in other words, they set up a target, and that target is called a signal line in the business. See, so in having a couple of conversations with some friends of mine, today, and in rehashing some of this myself, and oh, by the way, it's 12:21, so imbibe if you have in can. So cheers. So I'm not saying that this has anything to do with remote viewing, all right? But that if you're doing a remote viewing and you're trying to set a target and you want to understand what that target is. So in this remote viewing class type thing, so what are you up to? So all of these people are going to focus on this target point called a signal line. Now, I was thinking about this and dreaming about it, and it going around and so forth in my head this last 24 hours. And I was like, so because we are in this jello mold of consciousness, you know, um, it's all around us like a jello mold, in that, if you affect one part of the cosmic consciousness, the quantum, that it will jiggle and vibrate in ways that other people and other things will feel the effects of it, even ever so slightly. So depending on what the event is that goes on in the quantum area, that as to how much it will affect us folkses, and other beings, especially on this planet, but not only that, but in the universe. So, but anyway, so in thinking that, here is all we, what do we do? So we can find out things in the future or possibly affect them. Okay. So but you need a target. right? So in thinking about that, with all the stuff that's going on in the Middle East and other places, there are other places on this planet that are going, wacky. And some things we hear about and some things we don't, but there are, wacky things going on, people killing each other for whatever the reasons they're doing it, right? So, for me, my shaman in training, I want to be able to help change the world, right? I've been a peacenik for years, because I'm an old hippie, right? So how do I, in thinking about this, and my folks upstairs have kind of helped me along with this, in that they say, well, um, what about, we want to set a target. Well, I want to set a target. So, but we want to set a target. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? What you set a target for what? Well, we want to change. We want to change the consciousness of the Jello globe. All right. We want to basically change it from cherry to orange or something. So we want to change the basic. It's still going to be a Jello mold, but we would like to influence in some way, right? So how do we influence it? Well, oh my God. Well, we want to do this and we want to do that. We want to do this and we want to do that. Yeah, okay. And in this understanding of what he was discussing about RVing, remote viewing. Oh, so you heard, me pull the owl card, did you, Chloe? Were you in Robert's show when I pulled the owl card, by the way? Yes, we are being deceived. We need to be careful. But anyway, um, it is our job as human beings, to try to decode what's going on in the universe, right? And first, we have to detect it. We have to hear it. We have to be able to be aware of it. So, right now, a lot of people are starting to get woke and so forth. They're starting to detect the deception that's going on. Good, good choice for pulling um, the owl card tonight, for example. So, to have a signal line, and this is how my folks explained it, to have a signal line with all of this openness that is the universe. What can we focus on? What can we do as human beings? Is sort of like what I was asking. All right, so I understand these quantum things. Well, how can we? It's obvious that we can affect the quantum, okay? Because there are, that it's a fact that simply by observing an experiment, that scientists can affect the outcome of an experiment up to a point. And they measured this, they've done it, but it's the truth, okay? So here you are, that simply by watching an experiment, you can alter the outcome of the results. Okay, so bear with me here. So if there's enough of us on this planet, there are enough subscribers to this channel who could do it. There's over 600 and some, and I was reading my analytics today and emails, and I've got 4 new subscribers here within like the last week or so. So thank you all, and they just kind of hopped on while I was in the middle of the night kind of thing. So apparently the things I'm yakking about, that's still interesting people. I think I got 629 or something like that. Well, but I'm grateful for every single person that is a subscriber to this channel, because they got to be nutty crazy like the rest of us, right? So, but anyway, so with the amount of people just on this channel alone, if we all took the thought All right. So our target idea to the universe is really simple: peace. I don't care where it is, because it's in the Middle East, it's over here, it's over there. We got violence on the streets, we got people shooting each other, and but what we want is peace. So our target signal to the universe of things, and there's so much room and a lot of things and places to go and all this, but we want to be able to focus on a single thing that could affect everything, right? So, like, you want to find out about a certain thing, you want to target that one thing, a one specific thing. So rather than worry about, well, I want peace in the Middle East, I want peace, and I want this and that, we don't put any parameters on it. We don't, say that, we want the Israelis to do with it, the Palestinians, we did the Hamas. We don't mention anybody anything, because the ultimate goal is one specific thing: peace. Now, in the Jesus Christ of things, when he walked upon this earth, he walked to, and with what did he say to other folks? Peace be upon you, my brothers and sisters. I've talked about this before in the past. Peace be upon you, my brothers and sisters. Peace be upon you, but whoever you are, whether you're a brother or a sister or a cousin or a nephew, but so peace be upon you. And so this idea of simple one word, peace be upon you, peace. It could just be peace unto you, peace be upon you, whatever it is. But the idea, it's the peace part, right? And I had to type in PEACE as far as peace, because it kept wanting to spell it like a piece of pie. Not the same, right? But in this, though, so how do we affect the whole planet? We agree that at some point during our day, peace, that's our signal point. That's our signal line. We stop and close our eyes and don't think about the Middle East or nothing. We work on just one single word and put it to the universe, because the universe is going to hear us. The universe is going to interact with us because we are part of the quantum. So, hey, X, how you doing? Tracy, right? I think I got that right. So yeah, it's time to hit the bowl again. It's 12:32. I see on that one over there. And I've been here for 14 minutes about. But so, I was like, how can we, I believe, I still believe that we can affect society. Hey, Amber, how are you? Hope you have a good night. Yeah, stupid trolls. Yeah, Tracy came in and visited with us last night. It was, or yesterday, today, anyway. It's good to see you again. And Amber, Dawn, it's good to see you too. But so, there are many ways that we can look at this. How do we change the universe? Well, I wish, and we can go into a long litany of things. And but the thing is that it's, we got to kiss it. We got to keep it simple, silly. So what we want peace. Well, how do you want it? Don't care. We just want peace. Well, with who or there or whatever, we want peace. So you keep repeating it over and over and over again without getting into details about who, what, when, where, why, how fast, whatever. No, we focus simply on that one piece. Good, Amber. That's great. So you say, well, Dave, Hawkeye, well, what the hell? Why can't, well, in your own mind, you can say, well, I really do want peace in the Middle East and I would like peace in the Ukraine. And you can in your own mind, but in the prayer for the day, it's just, I want peace. And in your everyday thing, you can be, yeah, but you can still say, I want peace, but I want peace in the universe. I want peace in, but when you try to do the target, when you try to do the signal line, then you focus on just that one word, peace. So that is a direct line to the universe. So how peace works out and where and so forth, but first we want peace, right? Well, we can do this and these folks are going to get, okay, all right. And I'm not trying to put it down or try to make it like it doesn't matter. It does. But to the specific point of getting the jello globe of the quantum to vibrate, okay? Peace. And if enough people just hollered one word, peace, peace, that jello mold globe of the universe or of the planet and the vibrations is going to set up a vibration. Well, peace in the Middle East is like too long. Peace with Israel, too long. Just the word peace, 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 peace. That's our target. That's our signal line to the universe. Now, will you say, well, Hawkeye, why are you bringing this? Yeah, Jello Globe. Why are you bringing this up? And maybe even again, it's because we have to have faith that something can work. And I believe that, with all this craziness, they're bringing chaos. They're making that Jello globe just, vibrate in different other directions kind of thing. And it's like, I don't want my Jello globe to vibrate in that way. I want to be able to target these assholes and whatever, but it's these people and it's that. But how do I actually get to them directly? How can I stab them in the heart the easiest way with this stuff? One word, peace, right? Because that vibration repeated over and over and over and over again, where they're bringing up a lot of other words and a lot of other feelings and a lot of other stuff. We set up that piece. It's like hammering in the same thing, and the doom and the doom, and the walls of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down because we use the same frequency. We use the same repetition. We have the same intention for those of us who are going to use the word and who want to change the vibration of the Jello globe. And so, well, well, what do you want? And there's all this thing and arguments going on, and the word is just peace, peace. Well, blah 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 blah, peace, peace. Blah 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 blah, Yankee Yankee Yankee, yada yada yada, peace, peace, peace. And it doesn't have to be angry, and it doesn't have to be, it's not racist in any way. Peace between who? All of us, so I think my folks are right on with this one. We want to change the vibration of the Jello globe, right? It's wiggling all kinds of crazy. And we want to try to, at least I do, and I think a lot of folks do, they want to stop this madness. So, how do we do it? And it's, so I don't have to be mad or angry when I say peace. I can say it with a stern face and with conviction. Peace. I want peace, peace, peace. Okay. And so, but at the same time, I can smile and go, I want peace. I want peace upon the earth. I want peace between people. But let's just start off with the peace. So, but that sets up the vibration, which, in my humble opinion, is what a lot of us would like to do. So we can send prayers off and everything, but those are all really long winded. It doesn't go to the heart of the problem, which is we wish to change the vibration of the jello globe. Really, Dave? I don't think we'll ever see peace. And are you watching at the 10 of hundreds marching? Yes. But see, I'm I don't want to be negative about it, you know, and it might be true that we'll never see it, and there are parts of me that like, and it's my upstairs folks that go, no, you can't give up on this. That's why I'm sitting here having a conversation with you. Yes, there are tens of hundreds of thousands of people, and they're all wanting to argue and everything. That's why the rest of us, the League of Like-Minded Beings, hey, Steve, that we need to combat this. And how do we do it? It's very simple. We just close our eyes and peace, 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 because they're trying to change the vibration of the jello globe. So, and we want to maintain a little bit of sanity. And you say, well, I don't know if it's working. Look at all these thousands of people who are out in the streets. But how many millions of folks that are home going, I don't want this shit. So, and I'm not trying to, I don't want this to sound wrong, Tracy, but, or whoever said that thousands, but that, they make it's, oh, there are tens of thousands of people, protesting and they're in the streets. And yeah, but there are millions of people at home going, I don't want a war. I don't want this stuff. I don't want I'm not like those people in the streets. You doing all right, Steve, eh? So our choice is to go, yeah, okay, I see y'all out there doing that, but I'm at home with a bunch of other people. And we're going, no, we don't agree with you. You can protest all you want. It's all right, but no, we don't agree. Hey, SK, have you encountered any alien in the astral realm that used electromagnetic cybernetic technology? I have encountered some really strange beings. Okay. When I'm going to use this term sort of from the Native American in that SK, and it's sort of in the dream time. And I don't mean dreaming as in like having dreams, but that too, but it's being in that altered state, that not quite asleep or not quite awake, depending on which end that you're looking at with that. And there's been some creepy stuff. Now, electromagnetic cybernetic technology, when you're in there, you're in your etheric body. So you're not really there, but you are. All right. So it's you have extended energy out. So it's not like they can like touch you. It's only with, and it would have to be electromechanical or something like that. But I would have to say no. Not that seeing weird things is bad enough. And I would say that the electromechanical stuff is that they are using it as holograms within the astral. How about that? So it ain't actually somebody who's out there floating around like I would be. It's actually something that's out there floating around. There are entities that are hard to understand, but cyborgs. I don't want war at all. I'm too old for this BS. I agree with you, Tracy. So, but in the understanding of what's the most efficient way to get to something or to get a point across, it's keep it simple, silly or stupid, or, so it's one word or two, because you can keep the vibration, you can maintain the vibration. So it's like, hey, hey, with a drum, and hey, it's that droning, uh, that that droning noise, the repetition, you know. So it's like, well, why the word peace? Well, what else can you use that's one word? Um, Go ahead. Are aliens physical or ethereal? Both. Both. Because there are some aliens, like Dante showed in his last video, that the skelonkel skelly thingies, they are shadow beings. They are energy, where there are cousins to that alien who can actually be touched, or that they have a physical form. But so aliens are both. It depends on where they're from, you know, SK. And there are interdimensional aliens. Aliens meaning they ain't from here, they're from someplace else, but you know, because there's a portal in my backyard that me and my neighbor both agreed that's there. I've talked about it many times before here, and SK, you might be, new, but back over here, a couple hundred yards in the woods is a portal that many people have seen, you know, and the fact that he's seen it, is like, okay, but aren't they dead souls? Because I have ghosts in my house. I see the shadow people all the time. I'm not afraid of them, but I would think they would, dead people that I knew. Yeah, and there's a, for me, who I had a ghost that I lived with in that house that burnt down, and actually tonight, because it was a Tuesday night before Thanksgiving, that the house burned down. And it was the ghost of Mr. Croft that woke me up. I saw him physically manifest at the end of my bed, and he moved my foot and woke me up. So, I absolutely do believe in ghosts. And I absolutely do believe that they can manifest themselves, especially when they feel it's necessary. So, and there are folks who go, oh, dead people, they don't hang around and whatever. But I kind of question that. Well, there's souls, and they will go and filter off and go on, and but I don't know because I've seen entities and things myself, and I don't mean just orbs, but I mean entities, and you go, wait a minute, you have conversation with them, and there have been people who have seen ghosts in my backyard, and and I've talked about this before, and that one of them is Dante's channel. How do I find it? It's the Charistus. Karistus, Charistus. Um, so, but I've talked about this before too, in that, the Native American folklore is that there are entities that you do not discuss. He who will not be mentioned. Well, there is this spirit, yeah, but we don't talk about him. Yeah, and he's real. We don't talk about him. But what about the hey Kumar? How you doing, Kumar? Yeah, okay. The letters are really small, but I can't see you in the chat there. Um, Sahab 96. Hi, how you doing? So, but anyway, so I absolutely do believe in ghosts. There's too much evidence, and people have taken, especially with these new, with our new HD video cameras and stuff. There's too many people have been taking pictures of ghosts and things and stuff, and however, whatever you want to call them. And so um, now we'll mention this in that how they are classified: spirits, ghosts, woolly boogers, whatever. How they are classified is sort of a human thing, you know. Oh, well, this is a ghost. Well, this is a poltergeist. Or this is yeah, okay. They've all got a name of some kind. Okay. But we can agree that whatever that we call them, because, there have, when when I, when I can't find something like the brand new remote control to the TV is just absolutely missing. It's gone out of the house. Ain't no way it should be gone. But it's gone. So the poltergeist have stole it, or did the ghost do it? Well, the poltergeists are the ones that like to play around and move things and do stuff, but a ghost, not so much, but or is it a little person, to where they just like to swipe things and piss you off, and someday it just might turn up, right under the couch or something where I've looked a dozen times and it where it should be and ain't there. So, or is it a ghost, or is it a malevolent being, or is it a shadow being, or is it one of those Skalaka thingies that Dante was talking about, and that they are, derivatives, that they were created by another alien race, and they skulk around. There are some of them that are called nappers, little gremlin bastards that, yeah, that think they're funny. Absolutely, Barry. And and you can hear them snickering sometime, and you go, "What?" And I got two little mice that are running around the house, and they're playing tag and running over there, and and doing stuff, and it's like, I try to be nice to the universe, but the little bastards are eating things and leaving crumbs and chewing into the backs of books and stuff, and I found insulation laying on the floor the other day over here, and I don't even know where it come from, but I know it's mice. um and that's spelled with an A, by the way. Dantes, Dante. Sort of like Dante's Inferno. Not to that there's any relation, but um just to, sorry to correct you, but so nappers, can we affect the universe? If we believe we can, we can. Because these people who are creating all of the chaos, they believe they can do it. And so we can look at the world and go, and complain a lot, and we have the right to, of what these crazy, bastards are doing in the universe. They're making. Okay, Chloe, it's just the way I am. But so, but then there are those of us who are like, but all we hear is negative. So therefore, we think that everybody's, that at least half of the population is thinking this way. And we're finding out and realizing that no, half of the population doesn't really think that way. They try to hocus and hocus pocus us into believing that most of the people feel this way. And it's like, there are tens of thousands of people in the streets. Okay, I see y'all, and I see what you're doing. And at times it's scary, but at the same time, that ain't all of us. And there's a lot of us that are going, no, 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 I don't agree with that. But, in America, you can be in the streets or whatever, and, and you have the right to express your opinion. But, so how many millions of us are sitting at the house going, nah? There are millions of folks that don't even know what's going on. I was talking with a friend of mine the other day, and she was like, I have gotten so tired of it. I don't know what's going on. And I literally don't want to know. Well, did you turn on the news? Did you hear? Yeah, I heard that, Israel and them were having something going on, but I don't even know. Don't want to know. Don't care. And so there are folks who are literally don't care, you know. So they're taken out of the equation. Why? Because they don't care. Now, they don't want war, so they're on our side of wishing for peace. So, but because they, yeah, I wish my neighbors would quit arguing. Yeah, I wish them folks over there would quit arguing amongst themselves. Yeah, I wish they'd quit bombing. So, even though they don't know what's going on a day-to-day or weekly basis, they still are more on our side versus, yeah, let's bomb them son of bitches, let's kill them all, nah. Most folks in are in our corner, in that even though I'm not paying attention, I wish the killing would stop, you know, versus once wipe them all out kind of thing, which is the opposition to this, right? They live in a faster time phase alongside of us. Sometimes they will stop along enough to let you think you saw something. Gremlins, yeah, that I agree with you, Barry. So, but some of these people are on the big stage of stuff. They're acting in similar ways to the Gremlins, but on a grander scale, trying to sneak something by us or do a thingy, or we're gonna. And so, and I'm meaning more about the press, okay? Because these folks have been at each other's throats for thousands of years, right? So let's quit arguing about how they do it. Just stop it. You can stop killing each other. Just quit pulling the trigger, right? Quit throwing the bombs. Quit it. Stop it. So, and what does that mean if you're doing that? That means that you want peace. So, again, going back to my original, how do we affect change? By chanting one word, peace. And with that vibration, that we're going to shake that jello mold. We're going to make a change in the consciousness. Now, will it actually bring about peace? That's our hope. That's our wish. Will we actually achieve it? Well, they're trying to go for war, but there are still more of us who would prefer peace than war. Well, if we got to kill them to get rid of them, okay, let's kill all the Hamas. Okay, all right, but to the point though, it just stop killing each other, period, and let's talk this out. However we do it, peace. That's how we can affect the change of the Jello mold. It's a wiggling in all this chaos. How do we change its vibration? By pinging it. Ding, ding, ding. And that hitting it with the same note every time will set up a harmonic resonance. Ding, ding, ding. Peace, 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 peace. And it's almost like ringing a bell, you know. So the harmonics of that one word as our single line, as part of the um, remote viewing, right? So, how do we affect the conscious stream? That's how. Do you believe it? Well, I do. There's been all of these tests and studies and things that say, you know, you get 10 people together thinking about something that they can affect a change, or 100 people or whatever, you know. Um, okay, so there's already proof that the condition exists. Well, I don't know if this works. Yeah, but it's been proven before. When enough people think about a certain thing that they can affect a change. So let's stop worrying about whether or not we can do it. Let's accept it because we are quantum beings. Because of our soul and our frequency, if we believe it, that sets up a frequency. If you're like really not sure, well, I think I believe, but well, that's another frequency, right? But if you say, yep, I do believe, um, and even if there's a little twinge of doubt, and I would say that I believe that we can do it. Now, my twinge of doubt is, yeah, but are we really? Is it really going to, can we really do this? Will enough people, you know, jump on board with this? Or, you know, or is it this just my pipe dream? But I understand deep down inside that I do believe that this is possible, you see. So that's my conviction. But will it actually affect the change? I don't know. We got to get enough people to do it, right? We got to get enough people to believe that we can change it. Can we stop the bombing? Well, we can change enough people's minds to where those people who might be right now going, yeah, go ahead and bomb them, we might change their minds and they go, well, wait a minute, well, hold off on that bombing thing, you know? So we might be able to sway other people in how they're thinking about it. And because if enough of us are absolutely solid with our thought of peace, forget all the rhetoric, forget all the religion, forget all the stuff, just peace, right? So that we change that frequency to where people say, well, I don't know. Well, I think we ought to go ahead and blow them some bitches up. Well, but if the frequency keeps ringing for peace, then this whoever this person is, so their thought form is like, well, you know, I hope we wouldn't have to blow them up, but you know, you know, the only way we might have to blow them up if that's the only way we can get peace. But at least they're thinking about peace, even though they might have to blow them all up. But you know, so believe absolutely, Chloe. So peace is impossible now. No, that's just it, dead end. I don't believe that. I absolutely don't believe that. That's why I'm doing this video. And I don't mean this badly, but for people like you who feel like it's a done deal, it ain't. It's not a done deal. There are a lot fewer people who want to fight than there are for people who want war. Do you think that everybody in the armed forces are ready to go overseas and jump out of airplanes and stuff and fight with the Arabs and everybody over there and be, what? Are you serious? You think that the Arabs want to shoot at each other, and with the Israeli, you think the Israelis want to be shooting at each other and being shot at? So I don't believe it's a done deal, and that's why after my video last night, yesterday morning. Nah, a defense is not peace. No, and I don't believe that it has been reworded. Nope. Sorry. Peace is peace. That's it. Peace is peace, you know. So, but in order to change the jello mold of, this chaotic thinking, if we continue to pronounce the word peace and mean it and believe it, but for those folks, and I don't mean to, dead end, there are a lot of folks who've already given up. And I don't, no, that's not true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Too many of us don't want war. And if we will just go ahead and speak up and go, do you want, hey, Mark, how are you? Peace, y'all. That's a good way to come in. Good segue, brother. So, dead end, do you want war? Or would you rather have peace? And forget the word defense, but war, yes or no, or peace, yes or no. That's all. So I would think that most of us, even though we might have, I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if it's, okay, we can have doubts along those lines. But, the more of us that believe it, the more it could be made true because of previous scientific experiments of people the affecting the universe, So, but anyway, I would choose to believe that we can. Well, I don't know, Dave. I don't know, Hawkeye. Yeah, we'll see the results. Well, the thing is that if we don't try, we'll never know. And I choose to believe that, every day I'm going to continue to speak on the word peace. And that's going to be my mantra, peace. And I say the word over enough to the universe, peace. And I think I want other people to just say the word, peace. Of course, I would like people to believe the word, peace. What example, dead end? Of what? See, I'm talking about changing the frequency of the jello mold that is the quantum consciousness. So by thinking the word peace and sending out that vibration and that frequency to this jello mold, we can alter the frequency. And the answer is yes, we can have an effect. Now, but the next other question is, but by how much? I absolutely believe that we're making a change. If someone came to your porch, you did not know, what would be your first instinct? To let the dog out? let Duggar bark at them, and and let them find out whether or not that person seems to be friendly or not. But I wouldn't pull a gun on them first thing. No, I mean that would be like, now is my gun? Do I have a something that I could smack somebody with that's near the door? Yeah, but that doesn't mean that anybody that comes to my door, even down the driveway, am I going to assume that you know? But I don't live in the city, you know, and that's the reason I don't live in the city. Um, but there are folks in the city where I lived and grew up that they just had bad and evil intent. That's why I moved out. That's why I live where I do. And us neighbors look out for each other down here. But so you asked the question of me. I've already looked into I looked into the future 40 years ago and said, nah, I can't handle that. I'm not going to handle it. I see where this is going. And I moved here, and I have been a pioneer here ever since, and still am. Um, Ask them who they are, what they want. Yep. No, I go right outside. I go outside. I want to see who they are. You know, if I'm looking through the door and doing this kind of thing and I wait till they get to the door, I want Duggar to be able to, size them up. But he goes outside with the teddy bear or, his stuffed animals. And so if it's somebody who's like, not going to get out of the car, and if they are, they'll like roll down the window and talk to you. So you would set the dog. I didn't say that. I've got a baseball bat that sits by the door. Okay. I've got a walking stick that I can beat the hell out of you with if you give me the opportunity. But if somebody's got a gun and they want to shoot me, well, I'll be dead. I'll just be dead, and I'm not worried about it. If that's what their intent is on showing up killing me, they could shoot at the house, they could shoot at the door. I don't have locks on my doors. You know, I mean, it got so bad that it got so dry here that my my door over there wouldn't stay shut because it doesn't have a regular latch on it, and the only thing that keeps it shut is when the door swells up from the rain and I got to pull it too. So that uh, so and my if you try to push my door in, you're going the wrong way because my doors all open outwards because when the house was burning down, if you had a door that, in order to open it, you had to pull it to you and then go out, you were trapped. So my doors all uh, open outwards. Thank you, Chloe. And so that if I need to go out, there's nothing that I don't have to stop and open the door and pull it to me. I go straight out. Boom. And so one of my things is that also that if somebody looks like they're going to attack me, I'm going up the stairs where my crossbow is. And my crossbow doesn't make any noise when it goes off. It sort of makes a toot. And I am not being rude. We are beyond love and peace. No, we're not beyond love and peace. You don't live where I do down here. People are not at each other's throats. You go to the store and people are nice and with each other and so forth. There's the oddball crazy person that wants to do a snatch and grab or something like that. But, where I live down here and a lot of places down in this area, it's not like that now. I'm sorry that live where you do and have to put up with what you do because it's just not like that. And I'm proud of where I live down here. You can go into town and feel mostly safe. And Georgia has that anybody has the right to carry a gun. So come to Georgia and muck with somebody, fool with somebody in Georgia. And I mean, and the women will get you just as quick as the men will. Don't mess with you know, these Southern women. You know, they will put you in your place. You know, and black women, they'll cut you, buddy. They'll cut you. So everyone helps each other up. Yeah. So, so now I'm sorry, but I just don't prescribe to your prescription. Okay. And that's why I'm here tonight. But armed and dangerous at all times. You know, I can't, it, I could apply for a gun permit because of my felonious things that happened in the past. And I need to check into it now with the new gun laws because, you know, I'm supposed to be able to just go to the store and be able to buy one, you know. And so I'm not really into much for a handgun. But, and I do have a 22 powered Gammo air rifle that's a single pump. And it does have a chamber on it. So for every time I pump it, you know, you got to shoot it, but I pump it and it loads a pellet in for me. And it's a 22 and it's very accurate and it will kill your ass. I mean, that just the amount of pressure in that gun with a single pump, you know. And so, you know, I don't have a 22 gun, but I do have a 22 rifle and it looks impressive. If I came to the door with my gun, you'd go, wait a minute now, don't shoot me with that, mister. You know, how does love and peace marry with carrying a firearm? It's a contradiction. How does love and peace marry with carrying a firearm? It's the boy and the girl redneck, you know, that have matching, you know, 12 gauge shotguns, you know, or in this case, sometimes matching ARs, you know. Um, yeah, it works for me, you know. So sometimes, in order, if somebody is going to attack you, if somebody has ill intent, Niles, and you can't talk them out of it, then if the only action is to, you know, make sure that you are a good enough shot to take them out without a lot of bullets being fired. And if that's the only way to a peaceable solution, and you go, well, if you've got a gun, that's not peace. Well, yes, it is. It's the other guy who's the idiot. It's the other guy who's the asshole. It's the other guy who's wishing to be dead. Because I'm not out, and most people aren't out there looking to kill somebody, but the crazy fools that are out there doing shootings and this and that and the other thing, they're the ones that, yeah, home defense, okie doke. I'm going to keep peace with my 18 and a half acres. You come down here and want to shoot a firearm at me, I'm going to shoot back. I will. And it might be with a bow and arrow. It might be with my um, um, crossbow, which is very powerful and doesn't make a noise, you know, and will hurt you quickly. One of the reasons why I have bows and arrows is because a bow and an arrow, not the bow, but the arrow with the bow, the arrow can penetrate a lot of different Kevlar vests. Now, obviously, if there's a plate there, it's going to stop it. But if it's just Kevlar, you know, there are a lot of arrows that've been done and folks, you know, with bows that, and not necessarily, you know, crossbows, but a regular, just sure enough, pull it back and yank it. You can put an arrow through somebody's vest, especially at a fairly decent, you know, range. But so I have bow and arrows because I'm a felon, an ex-felon. Um, um, and that, you know, you can't hear the arrow coming. If you're really good, you could, but you ain't going to know where it's coming from if I'm hiding and over here in the dark, and I've got several arrows, in my quiver, and I can pull them back and smack you with them, and you don't know where they're coming from, you know. And you can try to shoot me, but if I'm hidden in the darkness, and I've shut the lights off of my house, and I've got, yard lights out there a little distance, um, that if somebody's trying to sneak up, I'm going to find out. They try to sneak up from the woods, they're going to fall in holes and things and stuff. They're going to be so tangled up, they can't sneak up on me. So I am not worried, but I don't live in a city. I don't live in a high crime area. And so for anybody who does, it's your responsibility to do something about it and move your ass. In this country, nobody can carry a lethal firearm except for special ops farmers who need a license. In this country, the whole state of Georgia can carry firearms. So what do you mean by in this country? The whole state of Georgia. New law. Anybody can carry a firearm. It's open carry. I've seen people in the stores with a gun on their in their holstery. So where are you at, Dead End? The cops on the street are unarmed. Oh, he's in Ireland? I'm sorry, Dead End. I didn't know that. Didn't know that. So, but you're welcome to come move into our neighborhood, Dead End. It ain't Ireland, but we don't have that issue. What a shame. And I was listening to Miss Lily on the YouTube, Survivor Lily or something, I think, and she's talking about how in Austria and in Sweden and over there, they have they've got this like China does. They now have this ID thingy, and so they check your credit scores and all this kind of stuff and thumbprint, and your card has to have whatever it is, but that you can't even get in a store unless you have one of these cards, or unless your credit score or whatever your social score is, that they won't even let you in a store. What? Let alone buy anything. And it's like, so then the government really knows what you're buying. And I mean, so there are things that are happening down here in the South I'm going to have to check on. Apparently, they're putting in all kinds of cameras everywhere down here for some reason. And like supposedly on the county line, just 2 miles from here. And I want to go drive down there and see what's going on. Apparently, there is a camera that's hooked up to a solar thing that's hooked up to a Wi-Fi that can somehow transmit whatever's going on out here in the country. What? I might want to take a pot shot at that. What? So there's crazy stuff going on. And, that there are certain companies and things that want to implement things, whether we think that it's prudent for our behavior or not. Cameras everywhere. "20 miles in the country on the county line, they're going to put cameras up for what? Why are you putting cameras up out here in the country? You're going to monitor farm activity. You're going to monitor who's driving up and down the roads out here. Why?" How can I talk peace and love when there have been over 300 mass shootings in the U.S. this year? Because I still believe that if we keep talking about it, that maybe one day we can actually achieve it. That's why. You know, why you got to be such a stick in the mud, dead end? You know, well, there'll never be peace because we keep shooting each other. Well, then, with that attitude, we'll never have peace because you've already made up your mind. It's the idiots behind the triggers. That's right. Yep. And there are a lot of people that are being triggered who have had an MK Ultra type of thing. There are space aliens, okay? Seriously. And some of these space aliens have been triggered, taught because they have to keep chaos going. And you go, well, and I would question your 300 mass shootings. When what do you consider a mass shooting? I know that there have been a few, but 300 this year, I would question that number. But anyway, regardless of that, how can I keep preaching it? Because I believe that if we keep preaching it, at some point we might reach it. But for people who think that it's all over and that we should just give up and, well, that's it, the world's coming to an end. I was talking with a friend of mine today, and he was like, well, Armageddon's coming. Everything has happened in the Bible and so forth. And, and here it is where, they got to build the temple and then everything's, and we're all going to die. And, it's Armageddon and okie dokie. Um, y'all didn't live through the 60s when there was rioting and bombing in the streets, when there was, the the hanging of peoples because of the showing up of the KKK and cross burnings and stuff. And you go, well, there's so much hate in this country. Yeah, yeah. You should have seen it back in the 60s. You should have seen how it really was. We have calmed down considerably. Is there still violence and things and stuff? Yep. But was it like, they were hanging people, back in the 60s, 50s, and 60s, and even one or two early in the very early 70s. But we have cleaned up our act as Americans. There's still some other stuff going on, and but the bigotry that was down here in the South, and I've talked about this in the 40 years that I've been here. There are black men who are going with white women, and there are black women going with white men. I mean, the idea that this would have been like commonplace even 30 years ago was like, nah. And now it's commonplace. But it seems to me that it's everyone for themselves. There is nothing out there. And see, and I don't believe that, dead end. That's why I'm having this conversation. That's why I had the conversation last night. Oh, man, I missed the 20. You made me miss the 20 minutes after. Shame on you. I got to stir this up and see if there's anything left. But what were you saying? Yeah, never alone. No, that's why if you will allow yourself to become aware of the quantum and the fact that it's proof scientifically that we are all connected, then we're not, then it would like dawn on you that, oh my God, I really ain't alone. And oh my God, there really are other people that think like me. So, dead end, you're here because there are other folks that believe that this is possible. Maybe we need to convince you, what seems isn't what always is. No, I'm not going to say you're wrong or right here, but not all is as it seems. I'd agree with that, you know. You don't really offend me, dead end. What it is that your attitude, in my humble opinion, is so negative that I'm sorry. You believe that it's all over, and and throw in the towel, and I don't. I just don't believe that. You know, can it change quickly? Anything. I just believe that anything's possible, and so there are times when you bring up certain things that it's like, so why are you so negative? But you know, um, but if you live in a neighborhood where people are shooting each other, and you got to do this and that in your neighborhood, and and in Ireland and so forth, I'm sorry, but the whole world isn't like that. And thankfully, Steve and I and us, we live over here, and thank God we still have certain freedoms. Um, and even though it might be, might still have to jump through a hoop or two, but that basically, we have a lot of freedoms. And I don't, I live out here in the country, and I'm not going to like it if there's a camera down here on the side of the road, but going to have to put up with it. Barry's not in Kansas anymore. uh, oh, is Scotty in the house? Yeah, but I'm offended because you think I'm offended. No, for me, it's just that I can't understand why, but you've explained it. But for me, it's just like, so why are you so negative? You know, do you have to be negative? So why do you think it's hopeless? And you stated your case. So I think I reflect an accurate view of the world, but not here. You don't. You really don't, dead end. You don't um, reflect and accurate because you don't live here and you don't know what it's like here. And the only thing that you've ever heard of is what's on the news. So you don't know what it's like here, period. And that's not being rude back. So hey, Scotty man, how you doing? And where Barry lives, it's not like that where you are. And where Steve lives out in Kansas, it's not like that where you live, you know. Um, do we have to pay taxes and do we have to put up with shit? Yes, absolutely. Is it like the bomb everywhere and then perfect? No. But compared to other people and other places, it ain't bad, And friends of mine around here, it's like this time of year is we just love it because of the temperature and so forth. Just like how we know not what is going on in Ireland. Thank you, Mark. That's a very good a very good point. We don't know what's going on in Ireland. And the reports that we get are whitewashed over here, just like stuff that you hear about us is whitewashed over there. You don't hear what's going on in South Georgia. You don't know how the cotton crop's going, and how many tons of peanuts were pulled out of the ground in the last 6 weeks here in South Georgia, and what the farming community is doing, and how open things are, and um, how much broccoli and cabbage is being planted right now in South Georgia. Well, first off, so explain to me why it's not hopeless. Well, I look at my life, and if you've been around Dead End, you've heard me talk about, my time in jail. And so I'm incarcerated. Oh, it's the end of the world. I'm locked up. Can't go anywhere. Got to do what the man tells me. Been there, done that, right? So, but while you're there, you make the best of what's going on. Good part of the world, tornado alley. Yep. There are several tornado alleys here in the United States. I happen to live in one of those tornado alleys where I'm at. And 2 tornadoes have gone over my house since I've lived here. So, lives up to its name. But the hopeless part, and I do think it's because because I'm going to kind of sort of speak for Barry and myself and Steve, because the 3 of us have talked privately, and we have similar situations in where we live, but we live in America. And you say, well, what? That's an effed up comment to make. But no, we live in America, and in America, there are certain rights that we have. And at least up till now, we still have those rights. So where you're at in Ireland, whatever the government or the local police or whatever's going on there is your local, dare I say, your local problem. And so, because you live where you live, whoever the politicians are and whatever have made those changes. Where here, if they try to make those changes, people go to the school board meetings and they stand up, and because it's an open carry, not that guns are drawn, but when folks stand up and they talk business, they mean business. And when there's 100 people agreeing on a subject, that must mean that the locals prevail, in that 100 people show up at a school board meeting, they're apt to change their mind. Hey, Lucky, how you doing? Happy Wednesday. Same thing with you. Yeah, we haven't had any bad weather like that this year either. Right now it's overcast and we've been getting a little bit of rain, but it's been very slight. So, so Niles, so this question is, why don't I think it's hopeless? It's because there's still a lot of hope here in the United States. Just in South Georgia, my neighbors, they stopped by, 2 of my neighbors stopped by today to check on me today, and so it's like, hallelujah, everything's going good, things are good, their business is good, and so forth, etc. So no conflicts. So, but we collectively, my neighbors and me and myself, and we have made the decision to live here and to eke out a living with other people who live here, with those of us who have, we're members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. We think alike. We hunt if we need to. We take care of each other. We check on each other when it's necessary, and we're neighbors and have been neighbors for a while. So we, do we get in each other's business? No, but if it's necessary, we do. Now the rest of the world is going mad, but I'm sorry, but I drive around here in South Georgia, and in certain places, in certain neighborhoods, they're nutty. There are places in Tampa that if I went back down there, I would not go. There are places in Chicago I would not go. So the south side of Chicago, if I wanted to commit suicide, I'd drive through there. But if I drive through South Georgia, through many of these towns, my chances of getting shot are really slim. really slim, really slim, I'd have a better chance of having a blowout and running off the road, and possibly getting hurt that way. But I'm getting better at dealing with the electricity. Electricity? Am I missing something? Love has always been the answer. Agreeing has never been. It's just okay. Yep. I mean, I've had a broken heart, and I've broken a couple of hearts over the years too, probably. But the idea that I still haven't give up on love, and whether or not it's the sloppy, drooly, oh, I love you. No, the fact that we can just have respect for one another, and if we can just say, well, I love you. Well, let's just bring back respect. Well, I don't believe what you're talking about, Dave. Okay. And to Niles, I'm sorry that you feel the way you do, that the world is hopeless. And that's my point. We've got to stop thinking that, because that's what they want us to do. Do not get Hawkeye started on bad relationships. Oh, God Almighty, no, I don't even want to go there. I mean, hey, Travis, how you doing? Not again. That's right. I just filled my bowl and we're late. It's 20 till, so we're going to take the inverse of the yeah, GTS, man. GT good to SY. GTSY. Yeah. GTSY, man. I think peace comes with communication. Absolutely. Peace has to be earned. Peace has to be, hacked out. Maybe that's a bad choice of words, but um, and we absolutely, and we have to work at it, and as people change, as time changes, so does, the boundaries of peace. And you say, well, what you talk about, Hawkeye? Well, what I mean by the boundaries of peace. Well, somebody might say, well, for some reason, like my neighbors over here at first, they were like, well, it's our private property and we don't really want you walking around on it. Well, after all these years, my neighbors have softened up and they're like, yeah, you can walk around if you want to. And yeah, I go up there because the UPS or the Brown won't deliver down my driveway. So I have to go up there to their front or back porch. If I order something by mail and it comes in, I have to go up there to the neighbors and pick it up. And they're used to it now. So, and everybody in the neighborhood knows I drove up there on my lawnmower to pick up, a package that was up there, recently. And so it's like, you know, but years ago they were like, well, why are you doing this? Well, it's like, look, I didn't ask for the package to be dropped there. They just won't come down my driveway. And I got a huge mailbox. And if it won't fit in the mailbox, which a lot of times it will, but they still deliver it over there because it's, brown. But now they go, yeah, how you doing? And, come to pick up a package, okay. Because they don't live there all the time. They're only there on the weekends sometimes, about once or twice a month, and sometimes once every 6 weeks or 2 months. So they don't live up there. But so going up there, and Duggar runs around on the hill up there, and and so but years ago it was a lot more hostile, and now it's just like, yeah, okay, how you doing? Okay, dokie, and I told him, I said, me and Duggar keep an eye on the place from down here. I can see up there on top of the driveway up there, and so and if there's somebody that's up there, even if it's them, if they're there at a wrong time, he'll go up and bark at them until they go, okay, calm down, you know. So he keeps an eye on the place too. But to the point though, so if you get, your neighbors might be, um, atrocious at times, but sometimes time makes that atrociousness get easier. And so, but I've always, said how you doing and been peaceable with my neighbors, and over time it has worked. You found some 3-year-old weed. Um, but So I know that thinking peace works, because after 40 years of being here, all I wanted is to have peace with my neighbor. I've never wanted to be arguing or whatever. So for every time we've met or whatever, I've always portrayed me and my old hippie, um, hug-a-tree attitude, um, that I still bring peace to the table. How you doing, neighbor? Peace be upon you. Y'all doing okay? Isn't that being peaceable? So after all these years, we're much more peaceable now than we were. So does it work? I think so. I experienced as an experiment one. Yeah. You smoked some earlier and right now I'm fixing to catch up with y'all because I've been yakking. So I would like more people to believe in the quantum consciousness, okay, which is the cosmic consciousness too. But if we think along these terms and if we believe in it, and if enough of us will go, sure, okay, let's try it. Well, what the hell? Let's try it. Let's all, for the next, 2 weeks during our day, stop for a moment and go, peace, peace, peace. For 30 seconds, we repeat it. Not necessarily how many numbers, but for 30 seconds, even 15 seconds, just repeat it. Peace, peace. Because that vibration is going into the universe. It's going into the jello mold. And so if enough of us are doing it, and we're committed to doing it a couple of times a day, daytime, nighttime, doesn't matter, because it's that we want to continuously ping, like the computers are pinging to see how fast they're going, blah blah blah, right? So we want to ping the jello mold of the cosmic consciousness. Peace. It's just a little there goes another ping. Peace. Ping. Peace. Well, somebody in China's going peace. Somebody in Israel's going peace. Somebody in Southwest Georgia's going peace at different times. So we keep that ping going to this big dome jello mold thing of consciousness. Why can't it work? Is sort of my question. If we know that we are conscious beings and we're all part of the thing and we're all in, why not? Why can't this work? They've proven so many other things that with conscious thought and so forth and experiments and so forth, why can't this work? You know, Ruben fast tours in a bad way. I know many around here know him. He may not survive. Okay. Oh, Scotty boy, you're late. So I listened to a podcast the other day, and that the analogy was that, think of the quantum consciousness as as jello in a mold, a jello mold, and we are pieces of fruit, for example, in the jello mold. And so if you poke the mold, or if any piece of fruit within the jello mold moved or whatever, it's the whole thing shakes, the whole thing vibrates. So in this conscious, I mean, I find that analogy to be like pretty damn good, in that it's not jello, but that it vibrates, and that anything that any of us do can affect that jello mold. So, it wiggles over here. So if we keep saying one thing and it vibrates and the mold gets into this funky little, jello mold, kind of, I envision this little, funky thing going on. We all like peace, peace. And it will develop its own rhythm, and be within the jello mold consciousness thing, that so then it reverberates around, and because it reverberates around, then every piece of fruit in there we're all a bunch of fruit heads, but every person or piece of fruit is affected by it in one way. Who put fruit in my jello? Yeah. But so anyway, so that's the idea. I don't know who Ruben is, but we wish him well. But and this person worked for the CIA and remote viewing and so forth, a lieutenant major and that kind of thing. So had been for real, honest to God, in the business. Um, Danny Jones, I think it was on the podcast. I might Danny something. Is it Jones? But anyway, YouTube video, very informative. I was impressed. Had to listen to part of it twice, but a lot of it, as I was listening to him talk about this and realizing that what they're teaching these remote viewers is that that's what those of us who are on the shaman journey we're meditating. But are we necessarily meditating to remote view something? Well, in a way, we want to remote view the universe. We want to remote view our Akashic record. We want to remote view what it was like to be for me, like what is it like to be a hermit, or what it was like to be a pioneer, or what it was like to, so in my shaman journeys of, dancing in the shadow realms, it's like, what was it like to be a shaman in the old days? What was it like to be on the prairie and, to be, wondering about whether or not white man was going to wipe out your village, or maybe the white man just wiped out your village, and you're pissed. You're ready to go get some scalps or whatever, so in my realm of thinking of stuff, it was like, where is my head at? I'm not off on some battlefield, with AKs or anything like that. I might be on a battlefield more with, fighting against General Custer. Oh yeah, Scotty boy. The more that we have delved into history, like, you were, I think you've listened to us with Robert V, right? Milky Way, on our Tuesday shows, and it's like, the stories and the history that I've heard from other folks, meaning within the native communities, like was discussed, and I was trying to discuss tonight and did. But that this trading from down in Panama, for example, all the way up, through Mexico and up through Texas and up through Mississippi and up and all the way up into Canada along the Mississippi River, how for thousands of years there have been trade routes, not just a couple of hundred, but for thousands of years there have been trade routes. And this business that, oh, well, the Native American weren't very smart and blah, blah, blah. Well, hang on. Look at the Mississippians and look at the great mound builders and hang on, look at Quetzalcoatl and down in Mexico City and hang on a minute. Where is this that native peoples were stupid? You know, what? Wait a minute. No. They weren't stupid. You know, they just thought of things in a different way. So and it's a shame because in a lot of ways the Incas and a lot they were they were peaceful among themselves. They didn't argue much. If you got out of hand, well, they'd mess you up. But uh, I was very happy to hear you, David, to question the narrative. We're trying to make sense on a single story, yet the story has been proven wrong. Yep. And they just omit the information, yet our mind still tries to fill in the blanks. Yep. And so, by Robert finding those old books, and he reads right out of them what it was like then, not somebody talking about what it was like then, now, No, this guy was there in 1850, and this is what it was like. Was their point of view, at least from this particular writer. But it's not somebody saying, "Ooh, back in 1850, this is how they felt." Nah, so there's an absolutely different perspective. And some of the terminology is like one of the words that natives hate is the word squaw to describe a female, no, no. A squaw was a derogatory word for a woman, a native woman. In other words, if a squaw was a native woman who hung around a fort because her tribe was either massacred or didn't want her, or something had happened, her husband was dead, and that she had no way to, protect herself or provide for herself and maybe a child or two, and they hung around the forts, and they weren't necessarily whores, but they were considered like that. And so a squaw was a woman, a native woman who had traded in her Indianness to hang around whites. Who gets kicked off of Facebook? I just simply don't go to Facebook. I haven't been to Facebook. I need to go and check in. I do, and let some folks know that I'm still breathing. Hey, Katniss, how you doing? So, but no, history ain't right. Look at, somebody was saying the other day, I think it was Jimmy Dore. I listened to him off and on pretty much. And I like his take on things and some of the people that he interviews and so forth, And so he said something the other day, and it was like, he looked at the camera and he said, Building 7. And we know it was a controlled explosion, and it just came straight down, just like the other buildings did. Pause, and it's like, Building 7. Yes, absolutely. Building 7. How come nobody has ever talked about Building 7? Building 7, no plane ever hit it, but Building 7. So, that's like, it's a joke. It's now that reference, well, there's always Building 7. Ha 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 ha. Kind of, tongue in cheek. Well, there's always Building 7. Well, this is going to go over like Building 7. And we all get the joke. After 23 years, we get the joke. It'll be just like Building 7. We'll never find out. Just like Building 7. Uh-huh. But that's the truth, right? After 23 years, right at it, um, we still don't know. It's still just, it just, but it happened, right? So, but what does history say about it is my point. Yeah, but it's no laughing matter, and sadly it's true. But what does history say about Building 7? So whatever they're teaching now, and it's like, yeah, well, it happened, but no, airplanes hit it. So what are they going to say in another 20 years? They're going to forget about Building 7. But the towers came down and Building 7. And but the towers came down and there was this and Building 7. Whisper, whisper, Yeah, you doing all right, Katniss? Glad he didn't take your wrench away like I was trying for. What? History will say exactly what they want you to. Exactly. There are things somebody was telling me, now this is the month that, Kennedy was shot, right? That every November we go through the same thing. Well, I never believed a goddamn bit of it. From the day I saw Lee Harvey Oswald get shot by Jack Ruby, I did not believe Oswald did it. I still don't. There's a lot of proof of otherwise. There's all these other conflicting stories and how many shots were actually fired, but I just did not believe that Oswald did it. Okay. It was circumstantial at best, even back then. And then Jack Ruby shot him. And I saw him do it live on television before we went to church that Sunday. Saw a murder, and it's still very vivid in my mind. That picture of Ruby from the back and Oswald going, crouching over and it's still etched in my mind to this day after all this time. So, but they still was listening to somebody the other day and wanted to hear what their take was on it after all these years. And that no, Oswald's guilty. He was the only person involved. He was the lone shooter. He was after finding a bullet, that would never been fired, laying inside the car, to the ballistics of the fact that the last shot looked like it come from the front, and the grassy knoll and all those people and the people who went missing and who died, who were witnesses in Dealey Plaza that day, and for all the other strange things that happened along with it. The guy slowing down, the fact that there was no Secret Service on the car, around the car, that everything, there were so many things, but that this person was still convinced that it was only Oswald and that there was no other conspiracy. And I'm thinking to myself, at the museum there at Dealey Plaza, as they were discussing, that's the only thing they talk about. It's the only things they show. But again, all history is a lie, right? So the magic bullet makes it questionable. All of it makes it questionable. How was, how was the angle of how Connolly was shot? And because he was turned slightly, but here was something that really, a couple of years ago, there was a YouTube video and some people, and they were discussing the Kennedy and the Zapruder film, right? And they said, that the limousine was only a two-seater. In other words, there was the front seat and the back seat. There, and as I'm listening and watching them, they were saying, well, what about Governor Connolly? Who? He was sitting in the middle seat of the limousine. And they said, no. If you look at the Zapruder film, there you can't see Connolly in the car. There is no middle seat. There was only the front seat with the CIA, or the the driver, and the back seat, and they were trying to convince everybody else that there was no middle seat in the limousine. And I was like, this is common knowledge that there were, back seat, middle seat, and that Governor Connolly was sitting in the middle and that he got shot with, and that, wait a minute. No, 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 wait, but what? No, 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 he was never in the car at the time, and that they were absolutely convinced Governor Connolly was not in the same car as JFK. Just absolutely. And that their portion of the Zapruder film that they were watching proved their theory, is my point. But my point to that is that's just another story. And I mean, they were just hell bent for election that was the truth. When there's too much other evidence to know that no, there were 3 seats in the vehicle, in the limousine, and no, Governor, Connolly did get shot. Then there was the magic bullet that was just found lying in the vehicle. No blood on it or nothing, just lying in the vehicle. And it was the wrong size. They approved in writer's movie that the film had been spliced. Yeah, many times, absolutely. But to the point of real life, though, that people are so convinced because of a chopped up tape that the real history was no, it was an open limousine with it, and just Governor Connolly was in the car. I mean, there's just testimony and tapes and reporters talking about it and so forth. Whether it was on the Zapruder film or not, but and so, but he was like, no, all that's fake. No, all that's conspiracy. No, all of that. Wait a minute, what? Hang on here. So, but anyway, that's just how crazy they try to twist the truth. What really happened? Well, what really happened? Well, it's like with me getting caught by the helicopter with me growing weed in my backyard 25, 30 years ago, whatever it was. And what's the story about that? Well, they don't want to mention the helicopters. Why? Because of how much money they spent on an ounce of dried homegrown weed that they busted me for. They don't want to talk about that. So the history has been changed. Is there still a police report? Yeah, but they tone it down. They don't even talk about the fact that it was growing here. They got me with with possession of over an ounce of weed. Not growing it, not manufacturing it, not trying to distribute it. No, because they were so embarrassed. So I have been arrested, went to jail for, and prosecuted. And if you listen to the real narrative, that ain't what happened. So I'm part of, what happened to me, and what the truth is out there, but you don't hear that because they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to discuss the embarrassment and how many thousands of dollars it cost them to keep that Huey in the air. The people on it and the gasoline and how much it cost them to keep that Huey in the air. So I have seen history change myself. Or the narrative, which if you change the narrative, then you change the history. You change the narrative. Well, I understand there was a helicopter involved. Well, yeah, they spotted it, and we went in and arrested the boy. Yeah, but they didn't talk about how long the Huey hovered back there and flew up and down and back around, and how long the Huey hovered over my head before they got there, and how much gas does it cost for an hour to keep a Huey in the air, and you got an ounce of weed out of the deal, you know. Oh, um, what time is it? 2 o'clock. So anyway, I won't make this a lot longer, and it's fun hanging out with y'all. It is. It is. But do I believe that we can make a change? Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this business. I would just give up doing YouTube videos at all and go, well, we're all going to die. Budget, you know, put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. Budget, you know. Um, do we have a chance in hell of making it? No. Give up. You know, sit in a corner and eat a can of beans and just, and give up. And I just can't go there. And several years ago, if you look on my channel when I was talking about Armageddon and things, and I even discussed it back when, um, um, my buddy and I, Brian and I, we talked about it back in them days. That no, we got to speak positive about this thing. No matter how bad it gets, we can't give up. That's part of the thing. You don't ever give up, And I saw 2 football games this last weekend that within the last minute of the football game, one team's down by 2 points. 2 points. And they kick a 52-yard field goal and win the game with 20 seconds left on one was 4 seconds left on the scoreboard. 4 seconds left, and they kick a 52-yard field goal and win the game by 1 point. I mean, you say, well, but the thing is they did not give up. Well, there's only a minute left. No, they went down the field and made a couple of, the next thing you know, they're within field goal range. And with 3 or 4 seconds left in the game, bam, they nailed it and won. 2 games this last weekend that were like that. So don't ever say, no, no, sorry, it'll never happen. Well, if they had not persisted, if they had not believed in themselves that they could do it, they would have lost the game, And in one of them, the one game I watched, I can't remember who it was, but they missed the field goal by it just sailed to the right a little bit, and they lost by 1 point, But the idea, though, that you don't give up, well, it's useless, is it? They came from a 20-point deficit, almost tied the game, but actually won it with 4 seconds left in the game. Wait a minute now. So that should be impossible. It was, but they still did it. So can we still talk to the universe and say, hey, peace? Well, I don't know. We'll never get it. Peace. Well, I don't know. It's a dumb idea. Peace. Well, there's too many people that are, peace. So we keep reporting it. And so one thing, why do I feel that here's a good example. I don't know if Niles is still around it. Why do I think that it's not hopeless? Over this last weekend, just Saturday alone, one football team, it might have been Ohio State, it was one of them, okay, filled to capacity, okay, with Ohio State and the right, never say never. But there were 110,000 people at just one football game. 110,000 people. They all went to the game. They had even though there were rivalries and there was probably a drunken brawl here or there, there weren't any mass shootings, you know, and that even though one team beat the other team in rivalries and so forth, and that was just one football game. Down here in Tallahassee, Florida State was playing the Miami, and Doak Campbell Stadium was filled to the max. And yeah, there was some drunken stuff, and Tallahassee always does. There's always going to be somebody. But to the fact that 100,000 people mostly got along. Just one or two incidents here and there, but mostly got along. Now that's in Tallahassee, just south of me, but the other one was up north, like Ohio State. The other, but to think about that. So with just college football games, just this last weekend, there were 1 million spectators. That's 110,000 people more concerned with one team over the other, yet have a blind eye to the real world. Well, and my point is this: can we all get along? Apparently, even in football is one way that we can, even though there's a rivalry, that they still went to the game and participated and cheered and left without killing each other. At least not that any of us have heard. But there were at least 10 high profile games, college bowls. And these 10 games were at least right at, we'll just average it out, 100,000 people. I mean, Penn State, and what was the other one? I mean, where they were all divvied up in different colors. Like Oregon, they were zapped full of people the other night. And so, but here's the thing though, there was 1 million spectators at 100,000 times 10 games. 1 million spectators, easy. And there were more than 10 games, but let's just average this out. With those 10 games, there's 100,000. There's 100,000 times 10 is 1 million spectators. And everybody pretty much got along. Yeah, there might have been a fender bender. Yeah, there might have been a drunken brawl, but you two guys would there be a drunken shit? Yeah, okay. But by and large, everybody went home. And nobody was kung fu fighting, So, but 1 million people, at least, conservatively, just last Saturday. And that's not counting the football games on Sunday all over the place with hundreds of thousands of people in the stadiums. Wait a minute. So there were at least over this last weekend, football alone, at least 2 million spectators that went to the game, participated, had a good time mostly, and competitors, this, that, and the other thing, cheered, went home, Walmart has a larger fighting quota. Yeah. But it's the people. Whether you want to call it a programming or this and that, my bottom line is they did it peacefully. You want an example of why I believe we can do it? Because 2 million people in the United States went to some kind of sporting event last weekend alone, and there wasn't any mass murders. Not concerned with them. And people got along. They had tailgaters. They were doing this. And good night, Steve. So do I believe that we can do it? If millions of people literally last weekend, and let's not count Friday night football with high school folks who get together every Friday night and do call high school football on Friday nights. They're all those people that go to events and they don't kill each other and they make it home. And I used to videotape local football games around here back 15 years ago. And so the idea, though, that wait a minute, these people are still getting along, they're still going to these events, they're still, barring the few minor incidents with that many people, there's still been peace among all of these people. Do I think that we could do it on a bigger scale? It's already happening. So we don't have to invent, is it possible? We've already proven that it's possible, and that it's already proven because people have been to these games. There's going to be Thanksgiving parades this coming weekend. In a couple of days, there's going to be the football games on Thursday and Friday, Saturday. There, and all this coming up, and folks are going to get together, and knock on wood, folks are going to do it mostly peaceably. So, do I have to prove to the universe that it can be done? No, because we as a human race prove it to ourselves almost every day on a daily basis. So give ourselves credit. Well, are these people aware or not? That's not the point. They're doing it peaceably. They're getting together and they're going to a parade and they're cheering, they're taking their kids and they're buying popcorn and cotton candy, and they're doing it peaceably. Is it possible? Yeah, because it still happens. Is there the occasional free for all or whatever? Yes, but that's the occasional free for all of something. But most of the time, things go without a hitch. And folks are kind to each other, mostly. They go to these events and, oh, there's an alarm. Yes. Is it a 20? Oh, yeah, we're like on top of it, ain't we? Okay. Well, I wasn't going to hang out too much longer, but, is there proof in the universe that we can do it? Yes. Football games, and soccer games, and yes. Yes. Yeah, concerts too. Absolutely. But when Niles asked earlier, can you prove it? Well, yeah, there it is. There's your proof. So, that we can do it. And if we can have rival football games that are 110 years old and so forth, like down here in the South, and them not seriously get out guns and shoot each other. Um, but the fact that, so I do think the human race is capable. So I'm not giving up. I haven't given up, and I'm not gonna give up. Something seriously shitty would have to happen for me to give up on the human race. Because you say, well, because of football games? Yeah, because of football games. As stupid as that might sound, and I can't believe I'm saying it, but why do I feel that the human race has a chance? Because of football games and basketball games. Not so much, but people get together for the sport of it, for tennis, for golf, for NASCAR, whatever it is, people get together for these things. They don't get together and fight and shoot each other, which they could, but they don't. They get together to share the drag racing or share the NASCAR race Or there was a motorcycle thing in Mexico the other day. Oh my God, I can't believe how fast these son bitches go and slide off the track sideways. And the motorcycle just, and I can't believe that they're leaned over, the way they are, these motorcycle racers. But that folks go and they participate, and they've got their favorite drivers, and and yeah, there are the occasional stuff between human beings, but you got to admit that mostly it goes off without a hitch. That's why I believe we can do it. Yeah, but sports at least it keeps us together. At least it's sort of like the Hunger Games, okay? All this other shit's going on in the world, but that we have our people that we like, and we have our football teams or basketball teams or whoever it is. So but in the Hunger Games of things, everybody comes together and watches the Hunger Games, and then they all go home, to their respective lives and whatever they do. But but they have come together as a group and went home without killing each other. That's a big deal. So in other places, in other countries, I don't know how that works, but I know that across the United States, and at least this is going on all over the place. So can this happen all over the place, all over the place? We try. So I say we keep up the good work. We keep up the fellowship. That was one of the reasons why the Olympics were brought up. It was so that teams could compete without killing each other, without being at war. Bring your best warriors and let them throw the javelin, and let them throw the discus, and let them see how fast they can run, and how high they can jump, and how far they can jump. Let's see what their abilities are, and let's see if my guy's better than your guys, without killing each other. So this has been going on for a long time, thank you to the Greeks or whoever, right? But so that to me is what keeps us human beings, competing and getting together and watching each other compete in a mostly friendly way. War is a competition, but it's killing each other. So we don't need that. We can get together and, y'all want to play war? All right. Get some sticks. Here's some sticks, like Chinese sticks, swords kind of thing. Get together and, uh, get some Chinese stars or something, and y'all get together and war it the fuck out. But, put your guns down. Put down the bazookas. Put down the tanks. Put down the tanks or shut them off or whatever. But the idea, so, wrestle, okay? Have fist fights. I don't care, but, put the guns down. You want to duke it out, okay, then duke it out. But as competitors, not just, as killing machines. So, but, there are ways to settle things. And if you just gotta fight it out, then put the guns down, and do it on the field, quote, the field of battle, which is like a football field, or football, not just American football, but football as in football and as in rugby, and also soccer, so, and there are huge crowds around the world to get together. Pistols at paces. Yeah, but we should do that, Scotty. Now, that's a great idea, but we should do that with the people who want the wars. Netanyahu and somebody ought to get together with pistols at 10 paces. Off you go. Well, what about everybody else? Don't care. Everybody else is going to sit in the stands and watch these two idiots, because they're the ones. And if there's some general or some, some bureaucrat that says, no, we need to go this, and there's somebody over here in Hamas, and they go, okay, you two are next. Well, who won that one? Well, they both got wounded, and he's bleeding to death pretty quick, and the ambulance is on the way, but they're only going to pick up one. So next, it's sort of like jousting in the old days, right? You could get poked really bad and get killed, get your eye poked out, or get, not just poked out, but, get a lance all the way through through your brain. That's why they had them small slits in those helmets, right? I have worn one of those steel helmets, and they are very uncomfortable. I could not see being on a horse with holding a lance, for crying out loud. I couldn't see being on a horse with a sword, let alone a lance. But so them folks back in the day, they knew what they was doing. You know, so duke it out. You know, and then gunpowder came in, and they invented cannons, and then warfare turned differently. But I do think, I will continue to think until something drastic happens, that not only American public, because I can't speak for any place else. I have traveled around America a decent amount, more so down here in the South and all, like I've talked about. But my sister and I drove, 1,000 miles to Ohio and back, and went through many states. Yeah, that was 2 years ago, but it was during COVID and so forth. And I talked about it, and how, things weren't near as bad as the news was, complaining it was everywhere, and we went into restaurants, and there were people who were just acting normal. Went to the Air Force Museum in Dayton, and people were cordial, only a few people wearing masks. And I mean, and people helping each other out. And it was just like, but you listen to the news, and everybody was locked down, and everything was horrible. And no, it wasn't. It was actually quite pleasant, so, I have learned by proof to myself that what they have told us has just not been factual. All of these people, or everybody's standing in, they're all gonna, no. We stood in a bunch of lines, and we went to several states. We went to different things and did this, no, the news was complaining about how bad it was, and everybody was, and businesses were, and no, it wasn't like that at all, you know. So for all the places we went, and everything that happened with us, um, the news was 99% wrong, and had, in our humble opinion, because we were like, wow, we're here in Kentucky and blah, 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 and we're not having any problem getting rooms. And we went to the restaurant. We didn't have any problems. And we went and got gas, and it was a little high, but no problems. And so all of the hype about how bad it was everywhere didn't turn out. So are they piping us full of shit every day? Absolutely. Are they lying to us on a grand scale? Yes. Is it tough out there? Yeah, it's tough out there. But every time I go into town or go do something or whatever, oh, it's so bad. No, it's so bad. And it ain't really. It's not the best, but oh, it's not like these people want us to believe. It's just not. In other places, in Austria, and maybe in Ireland, it really is that bad. And I'm sorry for them folks. I mean it. So, I hope for the best. But for us here in America, thank God that we still have freedoms and rights and so forth. Thank God, you know. And there are still those of us, not me, those of them in the state of Georgia that's an open carry, state. So, if anybody tries to take over with tyranny, there's going to be a bunch of goddamn rednecks that are going to go, I don't think so. You know, they're going to be people, if they put up too many cameras, they're going to be people driving by shooting them suckers out. You can bet it. They're going to be people who work for like the folks that put up the cameras who are going to install them wrong. There are going to be people who are not going to go along with some of the stuff that's going on. And when more people find out, they're going to be people sneaking in places, cutting wires and stuff. Yeah, they're going to let them know. They're going to let them know. No, we don't. Nope. They're going to be people, you know, years ago, they put up some big lights and stuff around Thomasville and in Moultrie and everything. And at big intersections, big bright lights. I mean, a bunch of money they spent in these particular intersections, right? A lot of activity, and but like what? And there were cameras on each corner. So a couple of years back, my friend Marcia, who's passed, we were going into Thomasville and going to go to a movie and pick up a pizza, and we got rear-ended at one of these intersections. So we asked the state patrol. He was like, "Well, you know, did you get their tag number or anything?" We said, "No, you know, there's a camera right up there. You know, it's attached." And he goes, "That they don't attach them things." And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "Nah, they don't have any cameras. Those cameras they're real cameras." He said, "But they're not hooked to anything." He said, "They don't have the software or whatever and blah, blah, blah." And he said, "Nah, but people think they're up there. So, you know, but now some of them are actually hooked up." But to the point though, so you don't know if it's hooked up or not. But there are cameras in the country and there are cameras on these corners, and, you know, and some of them can read your tag number and give you a ticket if you run the red light. And there are those kinds of things, but it's not near as prevalent as, you know, like say Atlanta and places up there. I mean, there are places up there, but when my sister lived in Bridgeboro up there, which is Bridgeboro, um, Jonesboro, which is just south of Atlanta, that, you know, there were certain traffic lights that these people got busted for smoke. The camera caught them smoking a joint at a traffic light, and they got a ticket and went to, you know, went to court. In Georgia, it's a continuing misdemeanor for less than an ounce. So if they saw somebody smoking a joint, passing it back and pound for, they assumed it was a misdemeanor. So you got a ticket for smoking a joint at a traffic light, you know, in Jonesboro, Georgia, you know. So be careful. And I can talk about what's in this bowl, but nobody knows what's in this bowl except me, you know. Is it weed? Well, it's some kind of weed. Tobacco's a weed, you know. So, and I don't ever show anything because I do live in the state of Georgia and I have been busted before. So, you know, this is tobacco or this is, it's whatever I say it is, you know. Um, because, you know, in this day and age, well, they know all kinds of things. Well, they knew stuff about me, you know, 30 years ago because there was a helicopter in my fucking backyard arresting me for growing weed, you know. So, you know, I'm on the list of, you know, Georgia's most wanted. You know, I was on the state news, you know. You know, Georgia GPR, Georgia Public Radio. You know, it's the NPR of Georgia, for the state, and you know, my name was plastered all over the place, and it was like I was notorious overnight. Within the day, I had my notoriety. You know, how many people get busted with a helicopter over their heads? Not many. You know, I was one of them. You know, God Almighty. right back here, God Almighty. Um, and they don't fly over like they used to, which is nice. There ain't nothing growing back there, but it's nice that they just don't fly over. Um, but I have had helicopters. There was one a couple of years ago, and it came from over where one of my neighbors, and he was like, "Man," we were talking, and I said, "Did you get buzzed the other day?" And he goes, "Yeah, man, I did." He said, "They were like right over the damn house." And I said, "Well, they left your place, and I could see him come across, and they made a right hand turn. Actually, yeah, it would have been a right hand turn, and down in the south, and they headed straight for the house. And I was standing out there in the yard watching them, and I mean, they headed straight for me. And I was like, "What the fudge?" And they just buzzed the house, just. I don't mean I mean like wave out the window, and I'm shooting them birds, and could throw a rock and hit the underbelly of the damn helicopter. And I was like, it was nuts, you know. So do I feel like I live in a police state? Yeah, because I've been buzzed by helicopters. I've been busted by helicopters, with high powered rifles trained on me. I don't know how much badder it can get, but I have survived despite it, living in a police state. You know, if anybody's got any bitching to do about living in a police state, it would be me, because being busted by helicopters and so forth. But my attitude is like, well, I shouldn't have been doing it. Well, but the idea, though, that, after all that, I've managed to, because that's been quite a few years ago, it's been 30 some odd years now. After all that, I've managed to still stay on my property, finish paying off my property, not have to go to jail. I served out my probation. And if I applied, I could probably get my gun permit, because I have, it's been 30 years without any kind of, as much as I've had one speeding ticket, in all that time. And so, there's been nothing else. I haven't been arrested for anything else, and blah, 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 blah. So it's like, and now that I'm 71 and retired, it's a good possibility. Well, we give you this guy, we'll even though was a felon years ago, he hasn't committed any crime at all, even traffic violations. And, yeah, go ahead, buy a gun, because it's legal now to carry in the state of Georgia. So, okay, so there's a good possibility I could get permission to go ahead and buy a gun. But I'm just like, yeah, I'm just not scared. I'm really not. And like I said, I got bows and arrows. If the shit hits the fan, I've got my air guns. And I've got, I don't have enough arrows, but I know how to make them. I've got broad points and stuff. I haven't bought the arrows, but I bought the tips. Mm, you know, and as a machinist, I know how to make some of this stuff. So, some of these arrows are $5 a piece, for crying out loud. And you're going to shoot them in the yard and they'll get lost and shit. Yeah, the cheap ones are $1.50 now, but, an arrow, just target arrows. Yeah. But anyway, so anyway, Mark the Ark, how you doing? It is fall, so are you. I will not admit to being color anything. I just see colors as I see them. Well, and colors are subjective too, because having worked in theater and with artists and so forth, what one sees as chartreuse sees it as another color, you know, and well, it's baby blue. No, it ain't. It's bathtub blue. No, it ain't. Holy Jiminy Christmas. I'm so to listen to a couple of gay men argue about the color of the set on the theater set. And no, honey, it's not that color at all. Well, I say then, and we should, and we need to. Oh my God, to listen. Anyway, let's not go there. But but anyway, I do think, because there's proof that Americans and other people worldwide can get along. They can go to concerts and they can go to sporting events and they can get along for whatever you say. Well, it was just a concert. Yeah, but nobody killed each other. Yeah, but there was a killing in such and such, and there's been, yeah, there have been, and there probably will be in the future. But if we arm ourselves, we'll shoot that son bitch before he shoots me or you or somebody else. It's like, wait a minute. Well, that's too much. We shouldn't have to do that. Yeah, well, if there's going to be crazy people that want to pull out their weapon and want to do harm to us, then doesn't it seem to rights that we should get them first? you know? And if we're all packing, we're all going to see each other. Well, he's packing. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Hey, man, how you doing back? You got this thing going on eye to eye. You're not going to shoot each other, but you're going to keep an eye out for some other stupid bitch that might want to shoot either one of you or both of you, whether they know you got a gun or not. But so it's the sneaky bitch. It's not the guy that's carrying a weapon on his on his holster on his belt. It's the sneaky bitch that sneaks up and boom, he was carrying it under a tarp or a long sleeve jacket or something. He's the guy. The guy that is proud to carry a weapon is, you're going to see it, and he's going to not necessarily display it, but you're going to see it. You're going to know he's carrying a weapon. But the other guy that wants to kill everybody, he's got that AK under, in the jacket or under a blanket or something. He's going to hide it. So anybody that's hanging around some other people, you notice somebody that's, got something like that going on, you pull out your pistol that you're legally carrying and pop at some bitch. Like, no, you don't. Boom. I'm going to get you first. Go ahead and try to pull the trigger. I got my eye on you, sucker. And I think that more people that become aware of other people are going to be able to stop some of these things. And I do think some of these things have been triggered to happen. False flags, yes. On purpose. Did people get hurt or killed? Yes. But they're still triggering people to do it. Because somebody said, well, he would have never done that. Well, he's been triggered. Whatever programming has gone on, that person has been triggered. And they're being sent out, some of them by the aliens now, seriously, to go out and create havoc and to create chaos on purpose. And whether they get shot or not, that's not the point. They are doing it with the intent that they might just get a cap in their ass and kill them. Is it a suicide mission of sorts? Most of them, the killers, get shot at some point, right? I mean, even Lee Oswald got murdered, by Jack Ruby. So and somebody recently in some kind of, presumed shooting, or it was a shooting. I don't know what it was, but then they later on found him dead, in the neighborhood or something, that he had been shot. Well, shot by whom? Policemen, undercover cops, or FBI? Somebody didn't want him to talk. Well, he was a suspect for a mass shooting or something here recently, and he was found dead in the neighborhood. Who shot him? Was it a passerby? Was it a neighbor? That just said, duck you sucker, and popped a cap in his head. What happened? But I think that more of this, and some people have called it Wild West. Well, okay, but if you see me and I see you, and we have no intentions of hurting each other, that means we're on the same side. And if it's going to get that wild and woolly, and people want to go there, then I'm like, okay, I want to sit beside the guy with the gun. I was in a store one day, and it back to the phone company, that he had a Glock on him, and I told him, and I said, listen, I want to shake your hand. I said, thank you for wearing your gun out in the open. I said, I feel much safer with you standing here and me standing behind you here in line, because I can't have a gun. And I said, but you got one, and if anything goes down, I'm gonna be supporting you. I'm gonna be behind you. Thank you, thank you, citizen, fellow citizen. And he was a young man, about 30-ish, maybe 35, clean cut fellow, but proudly wearing a gun on it. And he wasn't a police officer. He was just wearing his gun. So I'm like, I'm all for it. I'm gonna stand behind you. Now there's a lot of women folk that have got pistols in their purses and on their personage, and because they feel safer. And there's been some YouTube videos and things and stuff of some of these folks. Hey, Paladin, what's up? Yeah, exactly. Oh, there goes that damn mouse again, run across. You little bugger, getting into stuff, little critter. I'm gonna get some of that sticky tape, big sticky sheets, because they're quick little devils, but they won't. I've tried all different types of traps, and it just doesn't work. So I'm gonna get some sticky paper and like fly paper, and catch them that way. Doggone it! But I hate to, because they're God's critters, and it's like, they're running around, and they literally run across my feet, and I don't know whether to feel proud and overjoyed that they feel comfortable enough to, sit here, and the one got right up there on the table the other day. It looked right at me like, hey, what's up with you? And I was like, are you serious? You sitting there on the table looking at me like, okay. But I don't want to be violent. Another word for something left to lose. We don't come together. Yeah. Come together, and everybody come together. Oh man, I got two different songs in my head at the same time. But all we are saying is give peace a chance. All we are saying is give peace a chance. So I still feel that way. And as long as I keep an open mind, and decide that that's my choice in life, that I am going to pray for peace, that I am going to think positively, that we, with all of the hiccups and all of the crap I still think we got a chance at this. You know, will will we stop war and fighting all the way? I talked about this a couple of months ago. The answer is no, because we have to have the yin and yang of things. So I don't ever think we're going to stop fighting and killings and little skirmishes here and there. I just don't think that's ever going to go away. But can we be 90%, 85 or 90% peaceful? I, I, yeah. And that'd be pretty damn good, you know. To be 85% of the world is being pretty damn quiet. Well, I don't know. Well, there's bombs going off over here, and there was machine guns going over there, but 85% of the planet, 85% is quiet. Yeah, but they still had bombs going off, and you're not paying attention. 85% of the planet is fairly calm. But these other people, and they're killing, and you're not paying attention. 85% of the rest of the planet is not shooting at each other. Yeah, but these people over here, so, but what is that of the population of the earth? Well, it's with 15%. That's a low number. Yeah, but it's thousands of people. I get it. But 85% of the population ain't fighting. Yeah, but the rest of all the bombs and the thing, but you're not listening to me. I'm part of the 15%. Why are you chewing your own leg off? Right. I guess I would be right, by the CIA. Yeah. I know there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. And, I don't live in LA and San Francisco and these crazy places because them places are crazy. And I have made better decisions. But, and you too can make better decisions. Just try it, move out of there. There are better places than that. But anyway, but my point is that all the focus is on the 15%. But 85% are doing well. Yeah, but these other people, oh my God. Okay. But 85%, but they're not talking about that. They focus only on the 15% that is creating the chaos. And the rest of us are going to die because 15% of the population is having issues. You see what I mean? So we have to weigh these things out. Wait a minute now. But the whole world is going to hell in a handbasket. Is it the whole world? Really? Let's sit down and do some calculation. Well, maybe not, because 2 million people last week in America alone went to some kind of sporting game and didn't get in a fight or a mass murder. Nobody bombed each other here. So we have the potential of being human beings. We have the potential of getting along with one another. So sorry, we don't fit the paradigm that those people, and you know who those people are, who want to paint the picture as always grim, always dim, and that everything is apocalyptic and we're all going to die forever and ever. And there's just too much proof that it ain't so, that it just ain't so. Other parts of the world, okay. Other cities or countries or whatever, okay. But in general, no, it's a lie. Don't let the 15% rule the 85%, you know? Who is the one who checked on a chicken bone? to think of Janis Joplin, Dave. Yeah, Bobby McGee. Busted flat in Baton Rouge, waiting for a train. You know, if you all my, yeah. Bobby flagged a diesel down just before it rained. Got us all the way to New Orleans. Yeah. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches. I must make amends. Worked hard all my lifetime. No help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? Oh Lord, won't you buy me a night on the town? I'm counting on you, Lord. Please don't let me down. Prove that you love me and buy the next round. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a night on the town? Everybody sing, oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches. I must make amends. I worked hard all my lifetime. No help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? Dialing for dollars is trying to find me. I wait for delivery each day until 3. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a color TV? Everybody sing. That's enough of that. But anyway, I had to get all 3 verses in. Drop, kick me, Jesus, to the goalpost of life. Yeah, I do remember the song, but I don't remember how it goes. You know, but yeah, I'm an old fart. I remember a lot of those old songs. And as a, an ex disc jockey, I played some of them old songs, But oh, man, you're welcome. Bravo, bravo. Are we getting we're getting a signal in from the aliens from outside. But recently, um, my yesterday's video about the quantum, you know, and there's the quantum AI. We haven't said hi to Bob recently, by the way, and we should. Hi Bob, how you doing? I noticed that some of your cousins are acting weird, but oh, drop kick me through the goalpost alive, I know all kinds of little diddly songs, a bunch of them, while riding in my Cadillac, much to my surprise, a little Nash Rambler pulled right beside me, about 1/3 my size. The guy must have wanted to pass me out as he kept on tooting his horn. Everybody, beep, beep. I'll show him that a Cadillac is not a car to scorn. Beep, 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 beep. His horn went beep, beep, beep. Oh, yeah, I grew up in that era. The guy rolls down his window and yells for me to hear, "Hey, buddy, how can you get this car out of second gear?" you know, anyway, kind of truncated that song. But yeah, let's laugh and sing some of them old, diddly songs that'll make you laugh. Go, gee, that was funny, Dave. You can't roller skate on a buffalo herd. You can't roller skate in a buffalo herd. No, you can't roller skate in a buffalo herd. But you can be happy if you were mine too. Now, see, I grew up with Roger Miller, and that song right there, and it's like and you can't change film with the kid on your back. Well, we don't change film now, so that's sort of mute. But you know, but the idea that but you can be happy if you were mine too. All you got to do is knuckle down to it. Knuckle down, buckle down, do it, do it, do it. Well, you can't roller skate in a buffalo herd, And so it's like, well, songs like that, to me is like, you can chuckle along, but to me, it's uplifting. Don't give up. You can't roller skate, but you can be happy if you mind too. You can be happy if you are mine too. You know, all you got to do is knuckle down to it. Knuckle down, buckle down, do it, do it, do it. You can do it. You got to believe it. You got to knuckle down and buckle down. Whatever it is, whatever it takes, you got to buckle down. But you can do a lot of stuff, but you can't roller skate in a buffalo herd. It just, but you can be happy if you are mine too. So in this world of wailing and gnashing of teeth, and that everything, and we're all gonna die, I say that we just knuckle down to it, and buckle down and do it, do it, do it. Stay in the mind of we can have peace. Well, but 15% of the world is going crazy. Yeah, but 85% of us are not. You got to look at the reverse of this, and don't give up. you know, we're all going to die. Well, let the 15% that's wreaking havoc, let them die. And let the rest of us sit here and watch and sort it out afterwards. Okay, but we're not all going to die, you know. Don't go there. Oh, we're living in America. Okay, we're not going to get nuked here. I've got it's a very, 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 very slim chance that any of us are going to get nuked in the United States. We've got a better chance of one of these, some of our nuclear power plants vent nuclear waste into the atmosphere all the time. We don't have to worry about a nuclear bomb hitting us. We're getting radiated by our own nuclear power plants around the United States. Check it out. Got one due west of me, and there are times when, uh, you know, there are, with the wind blowing just right, they vent off those radioactive particles to the air, to the atmosphere. I'm nowhere near Chernobyl, I'm nowhere near Chernobyl. I'm nowhere near, 3 Mile Island. I'm nowhere near, Fukushima. But there's a nuclear power plant due west of me that vents uh, toxic gas into the atmosphere every once in a while. And I am downwind of that plant. So even out here in the country, and even out here thinking I'm safe from the universe, there's a nuclear power plant due west of me. Da 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 da, less than 100 miles. Our what is this? I got one literally 5 to 7 miles away. Oh, holy crap! A nuclear plant? Yeah, shit. I moved out of Florida for that reason too. In the 70s. Oh, the bump. Oh yeah. Have and the pony sing oh, the hot rod Lincoln. Oh man. Oh my hot rod Lincoln. Do 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 do. Yeah. Yeah. Forward to Florida, look at the steel of my hot rod, my hot rod. Nothing can break my hot rod Lincoln. God, I haven't heard that in a long time. Oh man, Hot Rod Lincoln. Yep. And his mother this morning. Oh, that's sad. That sucks. Yep. The older I get, is like it's staring me right in the face. I'm probably going to have a damn heart attack, but it's staring me right in the face. Like, I'm not worried about it, but any day now. Like last week, I had several days in a row that I thought I was headed to the hospital again, and I didn't have to go. Thank goodness. Well, I should have probably went, but my blood pressure calmed down and everything, relaxed, and I took my meds, which I still need to take, by the way. But with that said, I'm scared to beat jeebers out of me, you know, and like one of these days it's going to get me. I'm like, all right, well, how much long? I don't want to die tomorrow, and I'm not thinking about that, but, you know, uh, time's getting shorter for me than instead of getting longer, but I'm going to keep the faith in that. One of the things that I believe in, this cosmic consciousness. I believe in the quantumness of things, and I believe in reincarnation, as Dante has talked about. And the fact that I do believe I have been here before in many instances, and so it's like I wasn't the king of Sheba or nothing, or some famous person, but I remember, that I knew how to sword fight way too well when the day when we did that play and we had to do sword fighting. I've talked about it before, but it was too comfortable for me. I knew it. It was it came too easy for me. And even the Grand Master, he was like, even gave me a compliment. He said, "You've done this before, haven't you?" And I said, "Yeah, but in a previous life." And he just nodded up and down and smiled at me. And but he understood. And he was the fight master for Florida State in Tallahassee. And he worked with us in our sword fighting for the Vikings, the premiere that we did in Thomasville. But anyway, but it gave me a perspective, to sword fight and go, there's something about, and I mean, they were big, heavy swords too. I ain't talking about some fake shit. These were real deals. But without edges, thank goodness, but they were still the real deal and heavy, you know. And you had to be able to wield them without poking somebody in the eye, and, and doing and whatever. But anyway, as my character, I didn't have a sheath. I just wore it on my belt as a Viking. I was tough some bitch. Not really. I was the clown. I was the Jerry Lewis of the show. Um, but uh, but anyway, though, I can understand that for myself in my meditations and things in a previous life. I know that I was a sword fighter at some point, you know, and whether, I was part of the Crusades, I was part of something, back in the medieval days. I was a sword fighter in an army or something. And that don't mean I was some grand hero or nothing, but I was a sword fighter and probably got killed with a sword. That's how I feel about it. But, but anyway, those are the kinds of things that when we meditate with a single thought about something that you want to understand about yourself, that that single line, that single point thought, like by simply using the word peace, we can change the frequency in the universe, and especially with persistence. That squeaky wheel gets the oil. So just repeating the word peace can annoy people. You know, 100% intelligent man sitting in that chair. I imagine we all have been one of each kind of person on this planet. Graduation coming soon for us, not those soulless. Yep. Well, we've had some incoming um, extraterrestrial waves in different kinds of frequencies coming at us from the middle of the galaxy for a while now. And we're coming out of the Kali Yuga thingy, and we're absolutely getting a lot of different energy from the universe. We absolutely are. You know, people can argue with me all they want. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to argue with you, but there's too much proof that we have incoming, you know, um, and that we need to get used to it. And that some of this stuff is very possible can change our DNA. It can absolutely change our frequencies or heighten our frequencies. And one of the things that Cliff High suggests is that coming up in the next couple of months, that we're going to get hit with some of these energies that are absolutely going to drive some people batshit crazy. And that some of these energies are going to make those of us who are aware of things in a different reality, like obviously my thinking is different from other folks, you know. So I don't know how it's going to affect me. But for folks who don't think like me or can think conceptually, well, what the hell is he talking about? Well, I just want you to think about it, whether you believe me or not, but here are the facts. Well, I can't accept it. It's too deep for me. Them people are going to go nuts. For those of us, as including myself, that are members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, and we have had these discussions, then it ain't going to be so tough on us. But we're still going to get hit by these same kind of energies. It just ain't going to drive us batshit crazy like these other folks. Now, that's his projection of the way things are looking, you know, in his web bot things that he sends out there, right? And so we'll see. But there are a lot of other people, remote viewers included, and me, myself, and I, who are just, you know, my folks are telling me, you know, we got some interesting times coming. You know, back when Brian was alive, you know, we discussed it. And I said back then, you know, not to, you know, say, ooh, how smart or how right on I was about this, but I told everybody back then, I said, the word is very simply, there's going to be a lot of waves coming in from the universe. And there are going to be days when we're all going to be up like this, and there are going to be days where when we're on the other side of that wave, and then we're going to come back up the other side. And sometimes it's going to be really quick waves, and we're going to be like this, like choppy waters, and other times it's going to be long, dippy waves, not necessarily deep, but long waves until the next one comes in. We're waiting on, you know, to use our surfboards kind of thing. And it seems to up to this point, I can, you know, Dave, what do you think about the future? The future is still that way. It's still going to, it's not bumpy, but very wavy, and at times it's going to be very choppy water. So, you know, if you've ever been on a speedboat going across some choppy water, it's you, you don't skip across the waves. You you know, you bounce across the waves. So it's going to be like that, and it's going to depend on how fast we're doing, how fast we're going individually, because there are some people who are just going to be like, you know, this information is going to eat them up so quick, it's going to seem really choppy. But for those of us who have had some of this information beforehand, and we've had a chance to gnaw on it for a little while and chew our cud, and we it that those we're used to the choppy waters, you know. it's not going to be so bad, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, we got 5 minutes and then 4 minutes and then there's another 20. So I'm going to do another bowl with you. The frequencies have been blowing my ears up these past 8 to 10 days. Yep, I would agree with that. And other ways too, Paladin. It's just been weird for me. And I don't know if it's just because I'm old or because I'm in tune differently. I try not to claim that I'm different, but I obviously am. And I've had several, head injuries, which there's nothing, they did a CT scan of my head. So there's nothing, physically wrong with me, no embolisms or anything. So that's good. But I have had my, brain cells rearranged a couple of times. I've had several, you know, hit so hard that it knocked me out and see stars, which means I have had several head concussions without a doubt. And going back to playing football, I had one or two back then too. So, but anyway, and bad accidents and going through my head to a windshield, that has all accounted for some of my craziness. But it has modified my brain along with all the LSD and mushrooms and stuff that I did. So, I'm a different bird than a lot of other people. But I try to share, and I feel that, no matter what I've gone through, we all have the potential, that's big word there, the potential to see and seek the same things, and to see things, yeah, that to see them, we could see them. And it's like, wow, there's a mistake over there. Well, then, to try to understand them though, or to see them from a different light or for a different perspective, or to be able to look at something in a 3D fashion. So me being a 3D modeler back when I was working as an engineer, you can look at it from a side view, and that's the side view. You can't see everything from a side view. You can have a top view, but that doesn't mean you can see all of the details of whatever you're looking at from a top view. So you have top view, side view, rear view, sometimes a bottom view. And in 3D, you can take that model and turn it in any direction you need to see what it looks like. So in the universe, there are lots of things who are in this 3D modeling kind of thing. So if an idea comes to you, then you take that idea and look at it from the bottom, from the side, from the top. You don't just look at it like like something that's just drawn on a piece of paper. One view. Whatever that view is, it's just simply one view. And it's two-dimensional. So you say, well, this is the universe because here it is in black and white on a piece of paper. And you go, yeah, but where's the dimensionality of this? Where is it? You see it, it's a flat piece of paper. Yeah, but did you know that me being a draftsman, did you know that there were hidden lines here? And those hidden lines mean that there might be a hole drilled there, or it might be that that's the backside of that there's something else going on here, right? And you go, well, wait a minute, but I don't know the rules. Well, thank you, Michelle. I'll quit talking. What do doctors know anyway? Yep, I agree. What do doctors know anyway? They are all practicing medicine. And I got to say, they've been practicing on me pretty well, after the other day and my blood pressure being up so high and so forth, that scared me half to death. I got to take my meds now before I forget. I think I forgot yesterday and I was like, holy crap. But I know I started the live stream right away, and I did not take my meds before I started. So, but if it'll keep my AFib down, which it has, it kept me out of the hospital the other day as soon as I took my meds. It took an hour for things to calm down, but it kept me out of the hospital. So, you know, here's my isosorbide. I just love that name for some reason. Just how it slides off the tongue. Isosorbide. And then there is my Entresto. My Petropol. Sorry, here I am. It's like, I'm having a chat, but if I don't take my meds now, I was going to forget. I'll take another hit off my bowl, and I will forget, and that gets me into trouble. And this is my Tamsulosin, which is for my prostate and stuff. Oops. There's D3. I do need to take some of that, but I need to take this other more importantly. And this one here is Atorvastatin. It's for my cholesterol or something. And a couple of these I take at night because they make me sleepy. And since it's in the middle of the morning kind of thing, and it's all right that I get sleepy, but if I take them in the AM morning, then I'm groggy all day. And too many of my meds make me feel groggy. So already as part of their side effects. But anyway, so, you know, I'll take my meds here. And my conversation here, I'm kind of hesitating a little bit, and it's like, is there anything else that they want me to discuss about this topic while I'm here with you this morning, you know? I think in the grand scheme of things, that human beings, because of football games and other stuff, that human beings are still human beings. I mean, as a society, they can get together at large events. I mean, 110, 115,000 people at one event. You know, that's a bunch of folk, you know. And the fact that there's several of those, you know, in one day, just in the United States. And, you know, I haven't heard of any problems of anything, you know, but noteworthy in any way. So I think as a society, we're doing pretty good. Do people on the other side of the planet who hate each other, who still hate each other, who still want to kill each other, that's still going on. But that don't mean it's everywhere. And that doesn't mean that it's everybody. And I think that we prove it to ourselves because of sporting events, you know. It proves who we are. We're American, damn it. Yeah, okay. And I'm proud of that. Man, we're gonna go to a damn football game and to hell with everything else. Well, okay. And you might say, well, that's superficial, but is it? So I know I'm kind of harping on this, you know. Oh, it's all heart medicine, Mark. Now this is gabapentin, and I'm fixing to take my tramadol, which does give me a little kick, but not much. I'm not on anything that I don't want to be on anything that's crazy like that. I've spent too much time on drugs that I didn't need to be on. And some of the drugs I needed to be on them, but you know, it still messed with me and screwed up my system. Um, but this is all the tramadol is for my nerves, for my back. And this right here is my heating pad. It's a big, huge heating pad that sits here in the chair with me. And I got coffee in my cup. But so, in what way would society prove to itself that we're still human beings? Well, for one, for me, even though some people, some of these gen whatevers they are, have gone batshit crazy over, the Palestinian thing and the this and the that and the blah, blah, blah. They have gone overboard, in my humble opinion. They have gone radical, you know, and they don't know what it means from the river to the sea or something like that. They don't get it. They don't understand that it means genocide. They're repeating things. But in doing so, they're kind of going along with the crowd. And it's up to us to, like, do you know what this means? Well, but I think the power. Do you know what that slogan means? Blah, 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 blah. Do you know what the slogan means, my friend? Not saying you're right or wrong. Do you know what you're saying? But the river to the sea, do you know what that means? Well, what do you mean? Well, do you know that it means, from the people over there, that it means nobody's going to be living in that area, that everybody's going to be wiped from the face of the earth, from the river to the sea? Do you understand what they mean by that slogan that you're repeating? Do you really understand what you mean? Would you like to go to Minneapolis or something, and from this side of the river, from there to the ocean, or from someplace in Washington, from there to the ocean, from the river to the I mean, pick a spot and point it out and go, do you mean that everybody and everything living in that area over there is what you mean? Do you really understand what you're saying? And I think we need to make that perfectly clear with some of these folks. I think some of them need to be slapped around a little bit, like, pay attention, you dumbass. Do you really know what you're repeating? And it's more about this Mark this or anti this or blah blah blah. Do you know what you're saying about the river to the sea thing? Really? And if they can't answer that, then you don't get angry with them, but you explain to them it means total annihilation. Well, when you mention genocide, I don't think they know what genocide means. But if you say total annihilation, people understand that. Total, yeah, okay, the whole thing, annihilation. Yeah, like a video game, the whole thing annihilated, like the aliens from outer annihilated from here to here. They want everything flattened and everybody killed. Do you agree with that? Well, the Israelis and the Palestinians, but do you understand that slogan? That's what it means. That's all. I'm not trying to have a fight with you. I'm not trying to say that you're right or wrong. I want you to simply answer a question. Do you know what that slogan means? Because we can have all these conversations with people. We can bring up all these different subjects and so forth with other people. But if we bring them up in certain ways that they can't fight with you. Well, I don't care what your politics is, but do you understand what that means? And you don't get upset with them. Well, what about some, but do you understand what it means? And you drone on about it, but it means, and they go, and then their politics, and do you know what that slogan means? That's all. And if you say, well, yeah, I mean, it means total annihilation of everything from the river to the ocean. Okay, I just wanted to know. So now I really know where you stand on the subject, not just maybe versus just repeating something like a robot. No, you really do know what it means? Okay, explain it to me. Then that means you are saying that you are for total annihilation of whatever's there or whoever's there, right? Yes. Okay, then I know where you I know where you stand, and I'm going to back off. You stand over there by the window. If there's going to be any incoming mortar fire, you're going to get shot first. What do y'all got to say? Time for school and work. Okay, Katniss, it's always good to see you. Yeah, and I need to shut up too, but there are certain things that it just seems like, well, what about this? Well, here's another angle on this subject. And here's another, how do we feel about this? And how do we deal with these people who are just batshit crazy? And we can deal with them without arguing. We can deal with them by, making them think. We can get to them sometimes very slowly, but by being persistent with simple questions. Let's not get into politics. Do you believe that annihilation is that what you believe? Yes or no? Well, I don't believe in annihilation. Well, then you don't believe in what you're saying. That's all. Well, because then you don't understand what you're saying, because it means total annihilation. Oh, what? So you don't have to, it doesn't have to go into politics. It doesn't have to go into Israel or this or that. It's stick with basic things. Do you know what this means? And if they go, whoa, I didn't know that. Well, then guess what? You just got a convert for peace. Okay. You just converted somebody that went, wait a minute, I didn't know that. Total annihilation? Yeah, that's what it means. What? Well, wait a minute. Well, I'm not necessarily for that. Okay, good. Then you're more on my side than you thought, you see. Well, I don't want everybody to be killed. Well, but that's what they're saying. Did you know that? Well, no, I guess not. Uh-huh. Ding. Peace, peace, peace. We keep plugging at it. Is it possible? Yeah. Can we do it? Yes, we need to be persistent. We don't need to, let's see, how do I put this? We need to be careful with how we confront people. If we confront them as with a belligerent attitude, it's going to go south quickly. If we go at this with a questioning, my uh, you know inquiring minds want to know, do you understand what from the river to the sea means? Well, it is my inquiring mind. I don't think you're that kind of person. So you're not attacking them in any way. You're actually asking, their awareness and do you know? And you're asking genuinely, do you feel that way? Are you for annihilation? I mean, so with that, you can formulate your own opinion about the person that you're having a conversation with. It could be a relative, it could be a stranger. But with the conversation, though, it keeps everything, the question is very personal, but yet at the same time, it's very general. Are you for, annihilation? What? You don't have to say for the Jews or for, but the statement says so. You're staying out of verbiage. You're staying out of words. You're staying out of politics. You simply want the person that's repeating these things to understand what they're saying. So there are ways that we can grab these people by the nape of the neck and go, wait a minute, are you sure that's what you mean? And some of them are going to nod their head up and down, but some of these other people who are really don't have a clue, we need to grab them by the back of the neck very calmly and politely and go, do you know what this means? And if we have to grab them by the shoulders and to make them listen to us long enough to go, I'm serious, do you know what this means? And just say, okay, if you do, but don't want to start a fight, but are you paying attention to me? Are you listening? you know that's all. And then hopefully leave the thinking up to them. And if we believe in the quantum, then we can put our faith in the fact that if we put these things into the quantum, we ask the questions of some of these people correctly to make them stop and go, when they get home, they go, wait a minute, from the river to the sea, it means annihilation? Let me look this up on Google. They might not know. So then it brings into question, wait a minute, we just got a convert. And the convert is the fact that we now have someone who's thinking. And now their contribution to the quantum consciousness now has thought behind it, rather than them just repeating something that they heard. You understand what I'm saying? So we have shaken them, that we've got their awareness, and by grabbing them even just a little bit, they have slowed down and or stopped the parroting of things, which changes then the dynamic of the jello mold of the cosmic consciousness. Wait a minute, maybe I don't want total annihilation. Yeah, I want the war to stop. So maybe this peace, maybe it's as simple as peace. Maybe it's as simple as, not repeating something over and over without peace. Let's ping the universe, peace. You know, I know I'm being repetitious. It's absolutely on purpose. But cheers to y'all. Do I think we have a chance? Yes. Is it going to be easy? No. But should we give in? No. Should we give up? No. Should we continue on as much in a positive mode as possible? Yes. Emphatically, yes. We can't give in. We can't give up. And we got to hope for the best, because if we don't, we're all up shit creek without no freaking paddle at all. And we might as well all just dive in and take it, you know. And I don't want to do that. After 71 years of all the stuff I've been through, hell no, I don't want to give up now. No, I don't want to give in to these people. No. I survived a helicopter over. No, no. No, no. You hear me? No. So, can we make a difference? Yes. Should we keep on trying? Yes. Should we keep talking to our neighbors and our friends? Yes. Should we continue to try to promote positive uh, relations between us? Yes. Do we have to agree on everything? No. But we can set standards and boundaries to where we can have conversation. So, like a friend of mine might say, well, he might be repeating from the river to the ocean, and you go, and, well, wait a minute, wait a minute, Bubba, let's sit down and have a beer. Do you know what that means? Well, I don't know. I heard a bunch of other people, and I don't believe that Israelis ought to be, and somebody needs to be. But do you know what that means? Well, no, I ain't. Nobody ever explained it to me. I just been repeating it. Well, let's have a beer and sit down and talk about it. Oh, so Bubba now understands what that means, So not everybody knows what they're repeating. And some of these college students, and they're all whacked out in their heads because they don't know what kind of gender they are, for crying out loud, do you have a ding-a-ling, yes or no? You know, is there a hole in there? Is there a hole right there? But then no ding-a-ling, well, then you're that, then, sorry. You are what you are. Once I was climbing over the garden wall, slipped and had a terrible fall. I hit so hard, I heard bells ring. I sure am glad I didn't hurt my ding-a-ling-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, oh my ding-a-ling. Won't you play with my ding-a-ling? My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. Won't you play with my ding-a-ling? Yep. So anyway, my dear friends, have a really great rest of the week. It's been 3 hours and 26 minutes as I'm looking at this thing. Gonna have another whoop-de-doo. Oh, it's 20 something till. So anyway, it's always fun hanging out with y'all. I'm still on the cell phone, which apparently is working okay. Um, look at things that are being presented as a 2D solution and consider yourself thinking wise. Here is this 2D thing on a piece of paper, and it could be just words, but if it's a picture or a painting or a photographs of something that's on a piece of paper, that you look at it and go, okay, now this is the view from hold it out in front of you, and this is the view in front of me, and then lay down on the floor. And you could theoretically do this, all right? So put your mind in, and you can sit in a chair and lean back and go, I'm laying on the floor, and you hold it over your head, and then you look at it, and you go, well, but it's the same drawing. Yeah, but you're looking at it from a different perspective. Okay, so what does this exercise do? It helps you to visualize a two-dimensional thing into a 3D. Well, what does this do up here? Well, because you're looking at it, even though it's the same view, you're looking at it from upside down, and then you can take it and open your eye, and then you can stand and or sit up and look at it straight down. And imagine I'm looking at it from the top or I'm looking at it from the side, and with that, simply because you have moved it up over here and you've moved it over here and you've held it up in front of you, you have looked at it from 3 or 4 different points of view. And that will get your mind to start thinking in a 3D point of view, even though it's still 2D and all that, but bottom, front, top, you know? Well, I'm putting my hand down in my lap. You can't see that. But so that's the way to get the brain to thinking in that direction. So, what's going on in the universe? Is it 2D? Do you see it as just on a flat piece of paper? It could be a picture or a photograph or whatever, But do you see it just as 2D? Well, but then you have the opportunity to expand your thinking by doing it this way and holding it down in front of you and holding it over here. And it tricks the mind. The mind's going, wait a minute, I'm looking at this. It's the same picture, but I'm looking at it from a different point of view. I'm looking at it from an angle, and and with that, the mind's going, and it will see things that you might not necessarily seen if it was just a flat picture in a book. You know, I know it sounds crazy, and it is, but it's if you want to expand your mind into thinking in 3D ways, and you don't have any kind of 3D ways to do it, that's a way to get your brain into it. Anyway, I love you all. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings and so forth that's just swimming around us in this jello mold, you know. And I know I love the analogy of the jello mold. I love it for this, for the quantum consciousness. And I love the fact that the quantum consciousness falls right in line with shaman training when learning to meditate, while learning to be a spiritual being. I mean, and oh my God, the quantum consciousness is so close to, um, Buddhist um, type meditation, to reach nirvana, to seek into other realms, to be, and to be at peace within the universe. What? Yep. So I continue to pray that each and every day. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Scotty Boy. Who else is in here? That each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. I know I get a little, and intense sometimes, but um, that having had the conversations in my head, watching these last couple of podcasts with these physicists and so forth, has really made me feel a lot stronger in my faith, that things that I've been trying to explain, as a shaman or as a medicine man or as a Native American well, wait a minute, we can talk about this same thing scientifically speaking, like even in a lab if we wanted to. Well, wait a minute, this isn't some kind of half-cocked thing that some Indians sitting around a fire drumming a drum is. But wait a minute, hang on, that drum has something to do with frequencies. That drum brings in frequencies during the meditational times of, oh, wait a minute, that this stuff, oh, even in the scientific lab, it still has things to do with Native Americans and what? What? Are you kidding? No, I'm not kidding, actually. And that's what's the interesting thing, that even with science, it's proving that, those folks who do throat, um, the throat singers and the whirling dervishes, that there is actually stuff that happens with these folks attaining a higher level of thinking or whatever, that, oh my God. Um, and there's a reason for it, because it's part of the quantum, our frequencies, part of the quantum. These are ancient things, ancient, thousands of years old, part of the quantum, part of ancient medicine, part of ancient communication, part of you and me in ancient times, in the now times, that all time is the same time. What? That time back then and this time now, it's the same time. Both exist in the quantum at the same time. Light is a particle and a wave. It's a wave, and then it, boom, it turns into a particle, and then back into a wave again. And in between changes of particle to wave, it goes through a transition. And that transition goes through every potential thing between the particle and the wave. It goes through every scenario in that instant of a instant. Oh my God. And we are made of light waves, and we are made of these particles that are waves, that are particles, that are waves. So we are fluctuating, and we're fluctuating with the consciousness of it all. And we are fluctuating with the light and all of the energies that are bouncing off of the the around the atmosphere and so forth, and which is hitting that jello mold, that's affecting all of us on a quantum level. So hang on, my dear friends. It's going to be an interesting ride. But the biggest thing is, let's not get freaked out. We'll meet here once a week or so, and um, it's a frequency. Om. Yep. Om. Om. Yep. And playing with the different frequencies. Absolutely. And it has to be, and physically, and having practiced these frequencies and having had my drum and so forth. And I found out that, for example, F sharp is like some kind of, you know, uh, um, cosmic note, F sharp. And come to find out that my native flute is in a tune to an F sharp. Coincidences. And it was made by, native folks. So was it a coincidence that the flute was made to an F sharp? And it was the fact that it was my first, native flute was an F sharp. Because it just sounded right. You know, just So, but nothing is coincidental in the universe. So, thank you all, my friends. I try and put a book of put on a book of consciousness or special sound signals to play when I sleep. Yep, I can understand that. Be careful, because there have been some signals and some frequencies. They say, oh, if you listen to this, it's going to calm you down. And after 3 minutes, I'm so fucking agitated, I can't see straight. And some of these frequencies, I don't believe are for everybody. I've had a lot of issues with mental health issues and stuff. And, oh, let me try this frequency. And I go way back with listening to frequencies. Okay. And sometimes it's the rushing of water. Now, babbling brook sounds, and when I go to the mountains, and I love to be near water and hear the sound of water if I'm, if I can. And so listening to the rain and the, on the roof kind of thing. So, the water thingy and the sound of it in different forms or whatever, like one of those little, waterfall things or something you could put beside your bed. One of those, maybe, the trickling of water. But, all these other sounds and things, and I've tried a bunch of them. All right. And the rife sounds and this, and, and some of them drive me nuts. I mean, I try to listen to it and I'm sitting here and I'm like, is this supposed to clear me out? And I'm like doing this thing and, I'm like, how long am I supposed to put up with this shit? I'm I'm like, no, this ain't working. And I got to turn it off. So there are some people, if it vibes with you, go ahead. But just because somebody says it's good for you, I would scratch my head and go, I will be the one who determines whether it's good for me or not. Period. I will try it. Okie doke. You say it's okay, but that don't mean it's going to be for me. Doesn't mean it's going to work for me. And don't, if it's not agreeable with you within a minute or so, don't put yourself through it. Don't go, well, they say it's good for me and keep doing it. No, it's not good for you. Now, it could be 1 or 2 points higher or lower, meaning from the frequency. It might be I'm going to just say, as an example, okay? It could be, they say, well, 440 is the one, but it could be 438 for you, or 437, or it could be 441 is it could be in that 440 range. Just making this up now. But the 440 or whatever that frequency is ain't for you. It's close, but so fine tune it. You know, you know. Well, this works with everybody. No, it don't. No, it don't. Sorry, because each of us has our own frequency. Duh. We each have our own frequency. That if my frequency was the same as yours, then wait a minute. But it ain't that way. We each have our own resonance, right? So whatever works for you might not necessarily, because of our individual resonances, it might not resonate with me. You know what the so-called scientists say are the best thing to listen to is classical. I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Says what raises unborn child's IQ by, I don't know about that part, but I absolutely agree, because of, Philharmonic Orchestra of music. All right, now it doesn't have to be an orchestra that you listen to. I love to listen to Bach, and some of the harpsichord music and so forth. And so there's harpsichord in fugue, minor, blah blah blah, with something something, and there'll be a viola or a violin or maybe a cello in with that, and maybe there's a bassoon. There's a 3 or 4, a quartet kind of thing going on, and so and it doesn't have to be dirgish, you know but I've got a whole wall of CDs of every single art of the, Chopin, and this one and that one and Bach and Beethoven, and put on a CD. I've got a 3 CD changer over there, and put a couple of CDs in, and don't turn it up out loud, and some of them are going to be noisier, and da 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 bump bump when you're trying to sleep is not necessary. The War of 1812. That's not necessarily what you want to listen to while you're trying to get a good night's sleep. So, but you pick something and you test it yourself. But if you find something that you can sleep by, then by all means, And when I worked at Prestolite doing engineering work, I had you know, uh, that kind of music in my CD player with headphones on all the time, and I'm working on a drawing and I'm listening to, Bach or Beethoven or somebody, and when everybody else is being crazy in the plant and I got to and I got to work on a drawing that needs to go out right now, or we need to make changes. It's, it's hot off the press. We got to fix this. We got to, and I go in there and put my headphones on and listen to my classical music and take care of the situation, and then take my headphones off and go back into the craziness. So it absolutely, I've 120%, do classical music. You know what? You want to invest in something, invest in a decent CD player. Doesn't have to be expensive, but it's something decent that'll play them, and that maybe that will repeat, so that, if you've got an hour and a half's worth of music, something Chopin or whatever, that um, if you're asleep, then it can repeat itself and you'll not know. And you can wake up in the morning and be humming it, or that it plays through and shuts off, depending on what your thing is. But with my 3 CD thing over there, I'd load one into each one, so I had at least 3 hours of classical music I could listen to. I had that potential. So, but anyway, but by absolute, invest in it. They've got whole collections of classical music, and the Library of Classical Music. Buy it, because buy it. But I don't really like it. Yeah, but learn to like it. Because it will absolutely do you good. It will absolutely help to heal your spirit on a bad day. It absolutely works. But anyway, so I love you. Yeah, 100%. If both were the same, we might even look exactly alike. What? Yeah, the so-called scientists. I just know of people who, play music and with their plants and things, and and my artist friends play classical music when they're drawing and or painting, and and for myself, as as an AutoCAD, you know 3D, engineer, it worked for me, you know. Yeah, no, Michelle, each their own. I agree, but here's something. I've played a lot of music when I was working with drawings and so forth, right? But this is something that I found with classical music versus pop music or something, or easy listening music, or Crosby, Stills and Nash, or Cat Stevens, or any combination of something like that. What's the difference? Well, it's easy listening and it's good, but here's the thing: it's got words, and you have a tendency to start singing along. And if you're an artist and you're just looking for inspiration, and you can be chewing bubble gum and doing, but if you're working on an intense situation, you don't want to be singing words. You've got the music and you can be humming the tune, and humming the tune is different than singing words to a song. And I've done it myself, and it's just my why classical music over other kinds. It's words. That's, to me, that's the difference. And sometimes words are okay with what you're doing and the music, and you're bebopping along and you're singing with Jimmy Buffett or whatever, and then there are times when that's just, it doesn't work. And Jimmy Buffett before, and I'm like, blew out a flip, flop, blah 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 blah. But then all of a sudden, it's like I'm singing and I can't concentrate on what I really need to concentrate on. So I switch over and put in some strictly musical stuff, and And it does, if you can find some good old orca, um, big band or something, uh, that, it doesn't have to be classical, but in my opinion, um, for really shoring up studious, got to concentrate on, figures and numbers and tolerances. I don't want to. I don't want to be singing words. My humble opinion. But I do know some other people who have felt the same way. It's like my friend Sally. If she was just painting for fun, singing words is one thing. But if she was working on a painting, a portrait of someone, and she was really concentrating, trying to get the color right and the face or whatever, that she'd be listening to classical. She didn't want to be singing, um, she didn't want to be doing tunes. I mean, singing words. So I don't have a large bunch of people that I have, but I do know that there seems to be a difference. But classical music on all levels seems to work with a lot of folks in a lot of areas. Not just in art, but also with plants and animals, and keeps animals calm. And, so there's, a lot to be said for that. So I know I was supposed to shut up already, and now I'm almost another hour later. It's almost 4:20. Oh my God, for real. Placebo effect. If you don't think it'll work, it won't. Well, Michelle, and what I'm trying to explain, and not to say that you're right or wrong, but and I agree with you on that. But there were times when I would think that I wanted to listen to, and I'm just using Jimmy Buffett as, so words, and I'd put it in, and it wouldn't take me 2 or 3 minutes, and I go nope, and pull it out and put in something else. And so because and it varied at different times, so depending, but and I'm talking about um drawings, assembly drawings of intricate parts of machinery, okay, and how they had to fit together and how they had to slide together and what their tolerances were and all of it. And you really had to think, you really had to focus, because some of the tolerances on these things were like the quarter the distance of the thickness of a hair, right? Really tight. So, but there are other things that in the universe that aren't near as tough to deal with or to think about or to concentrate with. But I absolutely found that after 6 years of working there, 5.5 years, that there was absolutely a difference. And that sometimes words worked and sometimes they didn't, and sometimes this Bach or Beethoven or whatever worked, and sometimes it didn't. Sometimes it was piano music, or sometimes it was violin, or sometimes it was something else. So it wasn't the same type, but I know that there were differences, and I know that they helped me. And sometimes you just had to hit the right frequency. But basically, words, nah, no. Sometimes if I was just goofing around and things and that words were, I wanted words. I wanted to sing along, and then other times, nope, totally distracted. So anyway, I'm just saying. But yes, to each his own. And for me, to each his own, for each in its own time and place, working on a drawing or whatever I was doing, it was that time and place at that time. What was the drawing I was working on, or drawings or assemblies or whatever? If I was working on assemblies, I was going crazy, and I just wanted something to playing in the background, sort of like music, you know, sort of like elevator music, didn't want to be distracted, but you wanted to hear something, and you didn't want to hear what was going on in the office because that was distracting. So you put on your headphones and you listen to just calming stuff and, and do your bit. So, but anyway, but to each his own, and to each in the situations were similar but different. You know, you were working in an office situation where there was a rumble of noise around you with different people and the phones ringing in an office right over there, and you know, and folks walking in and out, and stuff going on, and very busy. This is my 4:20 early because it's almost out and I'm almost asleep. It's been 3 hours and 55 minutes and 30 seconds. But, just consider it, and it's like, well, but I agree there are certain things that really do work, but, there are some people that's going to like Beethoven over Bach, you know, and so, but they're both classical music. Okay. So in that realm, we would agree, but is it Bach or Beethoven? Well, it's Beethoven on Thursdays, and it's Bach on Tuesdays, uh, or whatever, it's, oh God, Manavani on Fridays, who knows? Who's Manavani? Well, check them out and see. Or it might be Henry Mancini and the Pink Panther, da-dum, 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 da-da-da-da-dum, da-dum, ba-dum, 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 da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, Pink Panther theme. What? Yeah, okay. So, and you can kind of like dum dum, that's almost singing, you know but it's not classical music, but it is music. It is 100% musical, um versus singing or whatever. uh the soundtrack to The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Do 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 do. So in your brain, you can kind of see Clint Eastwood walking across the screen, while you're working out these complex, mathematical problems, and high tolerances and things, and you're listening to The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. But it worked. Pink Panther turned into the Odd Couple theme. Yeah. uh, I'm thinking about The Odd Couple. I played in The Odd Couple, the female version. No, I wasn't a female in it, but I played Jesus in it, and twice, once in Thomasville and once in Moultrie. And Jesus was, in The Odd Couple, the movie version, with the guys, that there were two stewardesses that were Spanish or could very speak better than English, But in the female version of The Odd Couple, the stewardesses were pilots, and it was Manolo, and we were si senor, and and I was Jesus. So I got to play Jesus twice in my lifetime. Is my joke of the about that. But no, it was Jesus. But it was very funny bits in the play. And I think that me and I've talked about this guy that he's always wanted to have an affair with me, and he and I played. Uh, he played Manolo while I played Jesus. and we played off of each other. It was a ball. It was an absolute delight to play these characters. And I think personally, the having been I directed it once, and um, the male version with the female stewardesses, I don't think was as funny as Manolo and Jesus. And the dialogue very similar, almost the same, but not quite. But the way, and maybe it was the way we portrayed it, but it was just funnier to me than it what than than the stewardesses. I'm just my humble opinion. Where I got stoned, didn't I? It's 20 minutes after almost. And then I'm gonna let you all go. I hope you all have a great week. Pink Panther turned into Odd Couple. Yeah. But the Odd Couple was a lot of fun. Yeah. And trying to get these women to play cards around a table on stage was a pain in the ass. I cussed a lot right there. Let me tell you. Bleep, 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 bleep. Don't know about the USA as when Gilligan's Island was a TV show. Thousands called into the Navy and Coast Guard wanting to know why in the hell they hadn't gone out there and rescued them. Yeah, and having lived in that era, Gilligan's on, and there was always shit floating in to the lagoon. It was like what, and, you know, submarines floated into the lagoon. I mean, there was all these things and oh my God, the professor. Where did he come up with some of this stuff with coconuts and bamboo? You know what I mean? He was the MacGyver of the day, with coconut and bamboo. But of course, it was a spoof, and of course, it was just a joke. But oh my OMG, you know what I mean? People drank a lot of booze back then. Yeah, but speaking of which, I can't remember her name. The lady who played Alice with on the Honeymooners, and Art Carney and Jackie Gleason, and they were talking. Art Carney and the lady who played Alice, um, they were talking about how that it was very early on in the show, in the series, and they really didn't do a long run, but it was early on, and that they were sitting at this bar across the street from the studio. I think it was CBS, but anyway, they're across the street sitting at this bar at like 5 o'clock in the evening, and they went on at 6. I'm not sure, but but this is so they're sitting in there and they're like having a drink, going, "We don't have a script," and I don't know what episode it is, but they made so by 5:30 they had gotten snockered, you know, and we're like, what are we going to do? Well, we don't know. Well, we're just going to ad lib it. But so what are we going to talk about? Well, you come in and we're going to do this thing, and I'm going to go Norton, and you're going to go, and we're gonna play it by ear. And so that was one of I don't know which one it was, and then one of these days I'm going to sit down and watch the Honeymooners in a row, because they say you can tell, you know, that Jackie was plastered and they were all plastered, and but that they did the whole 30 minutes without any kind of script. They did it absolutely ad lib the whole thing, and that nobody knew, you know. And it was like, what? But they were like, Art Carney admitting that we were snockered, you know. We were tossing them back, and then we'd go, okay, one more for the road, and they'd sit there and go, what are we going to do? I don't know, we could try this, or yeah, but we don't have it. And then one more for the road, and so by the time they staggered back over across the street to the studio, you know, they did this live performance. So but one of these days, I'm going to watch The Honeymooners in a row and find out which one it is. But apparently, it's funnier than hell, you know. And the fact that they did it, the fact that they made it 30 minutes and then nobody knew they didn't have a script, you know, what? Now that's acting. But you know, one could say because of the drinking that they were in the spirit of things. You know, that's a good way to put it. They were in the spirit of things. You know, I've been drunk like that. You know, I've been on stage. You know, we did the three old ladies, two old ladies. Oh, I can't remember the name of the. But anyway, they brought in old men and to rent a room in their house, and they would poison them and then bury them in the cellar. I can't remember the name of the show, the play that they made a movie out of it too. But anyway, I played my character in it was an Irish cop, you know, and I came in and towards the end, and I'm, you know, hey, what's going on here, and you know, who's doing what, and then behind me, you know, there's crazy people that are tied up and stuff. It's nuts. But we had a good cast, but you know, I'm standing on stage and there's the the nephew of these old women. My doctor friend is supposed to come out on stage and he don't show up. He don't show up. He's out back in the parking lot smoking a cigar with the other members of the cast when he's supposed to be on stage with me. So for 5 minutes, I have to make shit up while somebody goes out to the parking lot and gets him and brings him back in. And, you know, so that was Friday night. Saturday night, when it came time for that, he was where he was supposed to be. But I tie him up and or he is tied up and there's a handkerchief in his mouth. Well, he don't like things in his mouth, especially like a handkerchief or anybody's fingers. He don't even like to do it himself, kind of thing, right? So he's very ticky about it. It's okay. But so the next day, he's got this handkerchief stuck in his mouth, and me playing my character, and I'm like, well, I think I'll take it out now, you know. And I look down at him, and he knows that I'm fixing to pay him back. So I just start making shit up. I mean, I just start making shit up. And I go, well, you know, I want to tell you a story. And if I take that handkerchief out of your mouth, you know, then you'll be able to interrupt me. And I go to take it out of his mouth. And he's like, you know, giving me this thing with his eyes. And I go, no, I think I'll tell you a little bit more. And then I pace down center and leave him up there in the chair. And his eyes are this big around because he really doesn't like this handkerchief. You know, no, it's not stuffed in there bad, but it is in his mouth and his hands are tied behind his back on the chair, you know, this kitchen chair, right? So the fact that, so I go back over there and I go, well, maybe I'll take the handkerchief out. It's about time. And I go, nah. So for about 3 minutes, I just torment him by not taking the handkerchief out. And then, you know, then I go back over there and I go, well, let me put it back at poor guy. He's just, he didn't leave me standing on stage anymore, making up stuff, you know. Because you know, the night before I was making up stuff left and right, you know, because there was nobody there. And I'm like, well, I wonder where everybody is in the house. And maybe I should call the captain back on the phone. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the extension is here. And I was literally making shit up and pacing back and forth across the stage going, holy Jesus, somebody come in and rescue me. Should I walk off the stage? And being the ham that I am, I just kept going, and finally, that he made it on stage for his cue. But and we finished out the play. That it was a lot of fun. But there were a lot of people who never knew that he was 5 minutes late for his cue. They thought that I just had a solo piece or that I had a soliloquy, and they loved me talking, with this Irish accent. Ah, bigorry, I was talking. It was I really had practiced it really deep, and had really throwing it on there, and really making it up as I went along. So, but anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So I think there's one more hit in this bowl. So y'all have a really good morning. And I know I keep telling these stories of what's happened to me in the past, but all of these stories that I tell, they're absolutely true. And I wish that you could have been there to have seen. I needed no rescue. Well, I did, but at the same time, from it's a small stage. It's 30 feet wide, but it's not very deep. It's like 15 feet deep. And so you start putting walls in and furniture and stuff. There's not a lot of depth to it. So it was easy to walk down stage, and the audience is literally sometimes some of these folks that, they got chairs and they're propping their feet up on the stage. And so, but from that vantage point, you can turn to the right and look all the way down the hallway that leads outside to the parking lot. So I could see him coming, from on stage. I could see him coming, and I could knew if when the back door opened when somebody went out to go get him, and so I was watching. And then I could see the back door open and the person that went to go get him came in, and then he came in second, and he's putting out his cigar and everything, and hauling ass to put his costume on, and so I can watch the whole thing unfold, and I'm thinking, how can I get this bitch? How can I get him? What can I do? He let me on stage by myself. You do not miss a cue. That's of all the things that actors, and he's a good dude. He's a doctor in the neighborhood kind of thing, and for real, he's a great surgeon. And so he saved a lot of lives, and we've been friends over the years. But he's great to play on stage. But you just don't you don't miss a cue that long. You might miss a couple of beats or something, and and you can play off of that. But 5 minutes, so but anyway, I know that there are other people, but live theater was one of the greatest things in my life to have been able to participate. And many of the people that I had, that we did plays together and had, made a lot of people laugh over the years, are dead now. And I seem to be. I was talking with my friend Randy, about a week or so ago, and he said, we're one of the last people standing. Hey Sheila, how you doing? Good morning to you. I'm fixing to go to bed, but good morning, Sheila. How are you? But so, and Randy and I were talking. It was like, he and I had done radio together, and all those years ago, 40 years ago, and that he's been in and had open heart surgery. I've been in with 2 heart attack issues. Uh, he had issues with cancer and beat it, and and there's all these other people that we have, that we. Some of them were in theater, and some of them were in radio, and we knew a bunch of these folks, and we seem to be, one of the only few left standing after all of this, and I think he's 69 and I'm 71. So we're very close together in age. But the fact that we're still standing is like amazing, But at the same time, we look at our situation and go, holy crap, we're the only ones still standing. What? You know, how did we end up being the only one still standing after, what? Well, what about this person? No, he passed away. What about this person? No, she passed away about 6 months ago. Well, what about this person? Well, they were in an auto accident about a year ago. And well, what about this person? No, they passed away about 4 years ago. And what about this? Nope, they're all dead. Wait, wow. I guess that's good luck for me, and I'm glad that we still made it. Him through two heart surgeries, and with all the chemo and cancer that he made it through. I'm so dang hungry. 2 cups of coffee down. Oh man, yeah, I'm going to finish this cup of coffee and then I'm going to go look for a little Debbie cake. If I keep talking to y'all, because somebody keeps coming on, but I love hanging out with y'all. I do, and thank you for hanging out with me. It's I was looking at my YouTube analytics and also at my email today, and uh, 4 new subscribers to the channel within this last 10 days. And the fact that anybody will subscribe to my channel, I'm very grateful. But that in the last week or so, there's been 4 new folks that have signed up, and we had a couple of them on last night. um, I, I thank you all. And I never ask you to like or share. That's up to you. um, I think there was a subject back a couple of months ago or something. I said, share this if you feel up to it. But, I've never asked anybody to like or share my videos. But there are still people who seem to find me, us, because you're part of this mess too, you know and I consider, I'm still very humbled at the fact that you all come and hang out with me, and hang out with each other, And it says that there are 10 people on here at 4:16 in the morning. No, that's 4 hours and 16 minutes. No, I still got one more hit in this ball for a 420. What does that mean, Michelle? Of your play? Was that the name? Mad as hell. Best line ever. There's that damn little What are you doing down there, mouse? What are you doing? What are you looking for? Something to eat? You come out and look at me, just sitting right there. Twice come out. You little bugger. Whoop. There's something in the yard. There goes Duggar. Well, friends and neighbors, have a great day. It's 4 hours and 18 minutes that I've been on here. So that's a 420. That's a 420 right there, 416 then following me. That was that's absolutely the name of it, Michelle. Arsenic and old lace. Absolutely. And there was actually supposed to be like a sergeant and another copper in the play. And but there was only one of us, and that was me, that ended up playing the copper. But I think in the play there was actually supposed to be 2 coppers. And we combined the dialogue of the 2 coppers with just me, and I made up some shit to boot. Me. I'll be make. Now I'm mostly stuck with the script, but if there was ever a lag in lines, or somebody wasn't saying something, and they were like looking at each other like, whose line is it anyway? Whose line is it next? And I have actually fed people their lines before, in an offhanded way. And it's like, somebody's supposed to say something about, I wonder what's going on in the kitchen, and it ain't my line. So there's this lag, and everybody's looking at each other. And you go, I wonder what might be going on in the kitchen. Do any of you know what's going on in the, oh, and then they remember, oh, yeah, that's my line. I think I'm going to go to the kitchen. Oh, and so I have saved some folks' ass over the years by, you know, giving them their line. But arsenic and old lace, that was a good call, Michelle, because I'd have thought, what the hell is the name of that play? And other than the, and I think it was, I know it was two old ladies. I don't think it was three. Um, and is that the one also where uh, the cousin is from, um, he's from Africa? I think that's arsenic and old lace. There was some funny lines in there, and especially when you get a good cast. And the two old ladies who were playing it were, you know, just as nutty as they could be. So, um, and we had this one guy that he was shaved bald head, and he's about 6'3", and he looks like Lurch. And he played one of the dumb um, 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 crooks. And so it just it looked funny because he's this goofy looking, and he walked like that normally anyway. He didn't have to act much, and had a raspy voice like this and talk like he was the perfect character. And I'm honest to God, he looked like Lurch, and and so but yeah, arsenic and old lace, yeah. And if you've never seen it, you should, you know. Um, and see it in the old black and white with the cast. Maybe you could find something that's more current, but I don't know if you would get the action that you would get with like how the actors acted in the old days and how they um, staccato with their lines. There's very little space. If somebody finished a line, then they were right next to it, and this and this and this and this, and the only space between lines is when there was something going on. Then there needed to be a space. But some of these new movies and things, it's draggy. The dialogue is draggy. It's not that it's bad, but it's slow, meaning that between this person and that, there's too much space. It should be tighter, and then yeah, and then the other one. Well, that's the director makes it or whatever. But as a person watching it, to me, there's a lot of dialogue in some newer movies and things that's just way too slow, and it could be better if they just picked the lines up. And that's as a director, you do, come on, pick your lines up, make it tighter, bring it in, come on, come on, come on, come on. Well, I'm thinking about it. You forgot your line, didn't you? Yeah. Well, there's too much space there. Come on, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. And so, in a lot of some of these new movies and stuff, they need to pick it up. Pick up the tempo, pick up their lines, pick up this, the the pacing, pick it up. So, one more time, it was 422 hours that I've been doing this. So, so have a great rest of the week. I love you all. Thank you. Please be safe and stay healthy. And I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings and all the other stuff that's out there in the universe. And accept, the quantum, and continue to learn how to use it in your life. And you say, well, it's insignificant. Yeah, but it ain't. And so good luck with that, because in learning how to understand it within ourselves, we also learn to understand what our potential is as people, as human beings in this cosmic arena. How about that one? So thank you, Travis and Michelle, and all y'all, that many people that fell asleep, and anybody that's still listening. I love you. I do. Please be safe. Okay. And me and Doug are going to keep, saying our prayers for y'all. So keep up the good work. And yes, I think that human beings still have a, a chance at this. We just can't give up on ourselves and others. So until next time, much love. How do I get out of this? I'm looking for the button. Yes, I do. So peace, everybody.